For over 80 years, Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera has been the longest operating independent pharmacy in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. It offers a full-service pharmacy, gift shop, and camera store. Medicine Chest is known for its customer service and priding itself on the careful delivery and explanation of prescription drugs to its customers. Located inside is Sun Color Photo, a professional photo processing center offering digital prints, photo enlargements, photo restoration, video and DVD transfer, and much more. Also located inside is the Polar Bear Store, White Bear Lake's only source for concrete polar bears. The Polar Bear Store has concrete polar bear statues from 6 pounds to over 600 pounds. The gift shop also offers a full line of Hallmark cards as well as other Hallmark merchandise and products. This event was created to honor the life of Richard Sundt. As owner of Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera, Sun Color Photo, and the Polar Bear Store, Richard was a fixture in his community. The sudden loss of Richard on August 16, 2016, saddened the town of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. They not only lost a neighbor and friend, but also a well-respected businessman and server of his community. Richard will be truly missed.
Father, we just want to thank you. We have so much to thank you for. First of all, for making us. We're no accidents. You made us special and different, and you want to have a personal relationship with each one of us. We thank you for that. We thank you for loving us so much. You were willing to send your only Son to this earth so that we could have a path back to you. We pray for tonight's event. We pray for safety, for everything that happens on the racetrack, for all the fans here traveling home. And Father, in particular, we pray for all those service people serving around the world, defending us. And in particular, Father, we pray for all those that have been hurt, defending us. We pray that you will take care of them. We thank you for loving us. And we pray that everything that happens here tonight will give you glory for it. In thy name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Pony Express Broadcast Network coming to you live tonight from White Bear Lake, Minnesota, where temperatures are in the negatives. Joining me in the booth tonight is none other than Milt Minter Jr. Out of FSB Racing. Milt, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. What a privilege get the chance to broadcast this for Richard. And how do you, you know, how, how do you even say anything after such a wonderful rendition of and tribute to such a man that was in his local community, a cornerstone in his little store right there, and um, we have a great night of racing tonight with a full field, and just glad to be a part of it, man.
Absolutely. We are here for the first annual Richard Sundt Memorial, the otherwise known as the Polar Bear 500, sponsored by the Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Gifts up there in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Richard Sundt, that was his store, and he passed back in August, and his son, BSR RJ Rusty, as he's known in the sim racing community, wanted to put on this tribute race for him. And one of the things that you saw in that video, they sell concrete polar bears, and so that's why this is also known as the Polar Bear 500. And one of the things we're going to be doing tonight, I mean, I can tell you, there are hundreds of dollars in prizes going to these drivers tonight. Everybody's getting a T-shirt. Some of these top guys are going to be getting some jerky from Drunken Cow Jerky. I know the winner of this race is going to be getting a 50% off coupon from myself for a broadcast, and they will also be getting a 46-pound concrete polar bear. I mean, there's some very big prizes on the line tonight. The estimate I was given is that there is over $1,000 worth of prizes on the line tonight. But for right now, we're gonna head over and we're gonna look at the qualifying order, and we're gonna get you familiarized with some of the names that are gonna be running tonight and where they're gonna be starting. What we're gonna do here tonight, Milt. I'm gonna go ahead and read off the first row, and I'll let you read off the second row, and we'll just go back and forth. And I apologize that you guys had to hear that on the air. I forgot to tell Milt about that before the show. This is such a huge production, so much stuff going on behind the scenes that I just one little thing there that slipped my mind, and so I'll go ahead and start things off here. And starting on the pole tonight for the first annual Polar Bear 500 will be the number 91 car of BSR DJ Champ. Starting next to him on the outside pole will be the 096 car BSR Chevy Chase.
In third position, the 95 of ECT F Diesel 95. And in fourth place, the number 11 of B-Ray 5050.
Rolling off in fifth place tonight is going to be the number 51 car of ECT TJ. And sixth place will be the number 68 car, Brian Voiles.
In seventh place will be the 510 of BSR Steven. And in eighth, the 017 of Chuck McClure. Oh, Chuck.
Rolling off in ninth tonight, the 38 car, BSR Pockets, the man behind the scenes for this event.
Boss.
BSR Pockets, hugely instrumental in putting this together. So Pockets will start in ninth tonight. 10th place on the outside him, the number 54 car, BSR Momo.
In 11th place will be the 343 of BSR Bubba. And 12th place, 83 of BSR Scar.
Rolling off 13th tonight is going to be the 144 car, BSR Magoo. And in 14th place, the number 1 car, the owner of ECT Sim Racing, Pete Sindone.
15th place will be the 65 of Larry Yeager Jr. 16th will be the 22 of Rick Craddock.
Rolling off in 17th tonight, it's going to be the number 8 car, BSR Quack. And the number in 18th, the number 14 car, BSR Vinny.
19th place, the 003 of David Cannon. And 20th, my buddy for a long time there, the 46, EC Mike Scott. Heck of a guy, heck of a driver.
Rolling off in 21st place, a 66 car, BSR Terry Scott. And 22nd, a 710 Manny Diaz.
In 23rd place, the 31 of BSR Wings. And 24th, the 41 ECT Spoiler 41.
Next up, starting in 25th place tonight, the number 56 car, BSR SS Joba, and he will be lining up next to the 201 car of BSR Texan.
And from down under, there'll be the 27th place, the 021 of Aussie Bill. And 28th, the 71 of S. Romero.
Rolling off in 29th place, the 103 car, BSR Nelly. Starting next to him, his good buddy, the 032 car, BSR Barry.
31st position, the 07 of Rick Moon. And 32nd, the 17 of Randy Claflin, excuse me.
Starting in 33rd place tonight, the 012 Vince Conway. And starting in 34th, the man responsible for this whole thing, the number 2 car, Rich Sundt's son, BSR RJ Rusty.
Buck Rusty. 35th position, the 49 of BSR Brain Fade. And 36 to 93 of BSR AK Racer.
And I'll go ahead and wrap this up here. The 37th place starting car, the 00, the man responsible for the voiceover in that commercial, BSR Beezer. 38th place, the 077, the Nature Boy, Donnie Garrett. And rolling off in the 40th position, yes, that's, or 39th position, that's right, 39 cars starting this race tonight, will be the 049 BSR Tyler.
This is as full as it can get with 2 broadcasters in here, a full field, 500 miles. Let's get some.
So once again, if you're just joining in with us, these guys, we just wrapped up the starting order. These guys are just about to close down happy hour. This is the first annual Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500, sponsored by the Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Gifts up there in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Also a shout out to Race LM Servers and Drunken Cow Jerky. Yeah, as you can tell, I've been chowing down on the beer bacon flavored jerky. It is amazing. And
Yeah.
we're live here in Talladega. We are going to run a full 100% race, 188 laps. A couple twists though. These guys are still running 2 times tire wear, so these guys are going to be doing twice as many pit stops as you normally see at Talladega. And these guys also run open setups with Cup Physics. So these guys are going to be running a lot faster than you normally see super speedway cars around sim racing running. Mill, you had a chance to get out there and run some laps last night. How was it?
Well, the setup, the base package setup was still a high quality pro setup. It was excellent setup, and there's also some guys that are probably going to take some chances with tape, and that was a 70 tape setup, and it was very good under braking in the pits, and also with the options of being able to use steering assists and everything. These guys should have them dialed in. This question is, are they going to take chances early, late? Of course, you can change that kind of stuff. It's going to be on like Donkey Kong.
Absolutely. Me and Milt got a chance to hang out with these guys over here last night, drink a couple beers, and turn some laps, and get a feel for these cars before we run this show tonight. We see the cars have fired their engines, and they are rolling off of pit road now.
That nice Dodge Charger base car. I mean, no expense spared here, as we got Polar Bear likenesses all around the track, custom made track. This is a serious event with pro sim racers, 500 miles. I've run a couple 500-mile IndyCar races and was fortunate to win one. And boy, the first thing you got to think about is, can you go 500 miles without having to take a leak? That's
And I wanna give a quick shout out right here. You see, we're looking at the pharmacy and camera, the medicine chest, Sundt color photo car, the number 83 Chevrolet SS, driven by BSR Scar. Quick shout out to BSR Scar. He's the one who made all of the graphics and videos for tonight. You see that Polar Bear 500 banner on the bottom there, and you'll see some other Polar Bear graphics throughout this broadcast. BSR Scar. Responsible for all the graphics tonight. He also does all the graphics for Drunken Cow Jerky, and he painted a lot of these cars too. He is from everybody I've met in the sim community. BSR Scar is just a painting / rendering master.
Well, you're seeing that. Thinking as a driver now, okay? You're looking at 18 laps, 2 tire changes under green flag conditions. Long way to go. Obviously, your goal is to not get any damage. We're running moderate damage here, so you can get the car fixed, but you don't want to get a lap down, even though we do have lucky dogs here.
And here we go. We see that Dodge pace car pull off, and
your heart's pumping right now.
Man, we're about to take the green flag here, and we're going to run 500 miles tonight. 39 cars will start this race. Who will win the first annual Polar Bear 500? Good luck, gentlemen.
As DW would say, buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's go racing, boys.
And they're off. The 91 with a great start there. Perhaps a little different gearing there in that 096 of BSR Chevy Chase up there on the high side. The 95, though, and the 91 getting a great start and really starting to pull away. They're obviously not going to go anywhere. The rest of the field will pull them in, but you can tell these open setups, everybody out here is running different gearing, different suspension, a lot of different things here.
Well, and when you look at the qualifying times, like the top 10 were in the 49s in qualifying by themselves. That's huge fast. And we'll see how that translates with this draft, which, like you say, that can only get away so far, and they'll reel you back in. Question is, do you got teammates? Do you make new teammates? How's it going to work? Right now, it's kind of moot as they get in line on the outside using that Talladega TR physics, which really runs good high line to mid, and the inside line's kind of the back with the dogs there is they need some help.
Look at that, 39 cars. For the most part, 2 wide. We see a little bit of 3 wide back there. Most of these front 10 are single file, except for, of course, the 38 BSR Pockets down there in that Polar Bear car. I've gotten to know Pockets good over the last couple weeks, and Pockets is a man who will tell you. He'll tell you to your face what is on it. He will tell you what's on his mind. He's not a bullshitter. He tells it to you like it is.
Oh, and he's having fun with it. And you see these guys, to get 39 cars here in this league, it's obviously a pro league that these guys have a lot of fun and are willing to contribute to this and be a part of it. And running with them on the track, they're definitely professional sim racers, in my opinion, from what little I know.
And I apologize. I said we had 39 cars. It looked like we lost a car. I saw him drop out in the middle of qualifying, and so we actually only have a 38 car field tonight, but still an epic special event to honor Richard Sundt.
As some of the great speedway racers I've run against, I see this pack in the back kind of staying back and not worried about losing some time. That may not be a bad strategy in a 500-mile race. You don't want to get caught up in the big one. First, you got to think these guys are going to try to get through this first half of the race with no harm, no foul. And of course, with these pit stops, looking at fuel window, the 18 to 20 laps, Um, that's going to be huge, these stops, because when they're pitting, you're going to see a gaggle of cars trying to find a lane, trying to hit your marks and your stalls.
Oh, absolutely, and with 38 cars, I mean,
Yep.
there are 2 or 3 empty pit stalls down there, but for the most part, pit road is going to be very busy.
Well, you've seen those guys kind of lay back. Now the inside line starts to develop. 3 wide on the inside, in the middle of the pack there. Pretty scary. That'll make you sticker pecker.
And we've got some 3 wide racing back here around 15th place. The top 15 are all single file.
I don't think you want to be in that sucker hole right now.
Now, I've broadcasted a lot of these guys in different places over the last couple of weeks, and I've seen these guys. I saw these guys running 4 wide at Daytona Mill and stick it. These guys are good.
Yeah, obviously, this is professional sim racing. And these guys are good. They kind of go back to 2 wide there. Enough of that, and they get back in line. And straggling at the rear there a little bit. We got, but they're still in the draft right here. You don't want to lose the draft here. PSR AK Racer needs to get up and stay with that draft. 1.5 is about the worst you want to get, and you start going behind.
And here we go. We've got a battle up front. These guys are tired of following around. We made it past the 5-lap point. We see the 51 car, ECT TJ. Now he has formed the low line. He's got several cars with him, and he's looking to take the lead. We've got the 11 car of BSR Ray 5050, the 510 car of BSR Steven. These guys, things are getting racy now. We got
yep,
6 laps in
absolutely.
the 6 laps in the books. These guys have built up those tire pressures, and now they're ready to put on a show.
All that ticker up top there to follow your favorite driver. PSR AK Racer has got back in line and got in draft, and might be sitting on a sack of seeds there, just chilling.
Yeah, we see right now all 38 cars within 3.5 seconds. It's amazing what these guys are able to do, and we see them running 2 wide right now. I guarantee you, at the end of this race, probably way before the end of this race, we're going to see some 3 wide action, and I honestly can't wait to see who wins this race. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is a kick in the butt here. You know, if you haven't done this, or if you have, you realize when you're sitting in that cockpit, there's not much you can see. This is, of all the kind of racing I've done in sim racing, this is the most anxiety-giving racing. You have to be on your toes. It looks real simple. They're just driving around, but they're actually sawing at that wheel. They can't see their apex points unless you're up front there. You have to do it by feel and knowledge, and also the ebb and flow of the pack. They're not just flat out here. With this draft running at 200 miles an hour, gotta be careful.
Now, Milt, you're a sim racer. You've been around the sim racing community for many years, and I know you're more of a road course aficionado. But when it comes to sim racing, do you run the chase view like some of these guys do, or do you get in there in the cockpit?
Yeah, definitely cockpit. I like to pretend I think I am a real race car driver, and plus I get that feeling that to me, I've tried it. I've tried video games. I'm an old guy, so back in the day we played pole position and stuff like that. I couldn't do that, because I have to be in that car, and every reaction with my steering wheel, I have to be able to see it straight out that cockpit window.
Now, Milt, obviously you're joining us. You're specifically race over at FSB Racing. That's where I met you. That's where I race primarily. That's where I got my start in sim racing. It's also where I got my start in broadcasting. We see the 38 car pocket
Car
back
down
there,
low.
pulling off on the apron and letting some people pass. Maybe he was overheating and needed to get some air. But anyways, Milt, tell us. I know you've been at FSB Racing since the original 6. And since you are taking time out of your schedule to come over here and help us and call this race, go ahead and just tell us what is FSB racing to you.
Well, I mean, it's a lifestyle. After 14 years, 13 years, coming up on 14 years, it's become a part of my life. And, I mean, I could do a lot worse. I could be sitting in a bar somewhere, which probably what I'd be doing if I wasn't sim racing. The fellowship and friendship and these guys have that same thing. Lifelong relationships have been developed when you're able to stay in a league, and with your sportsmanship, and of course sportsmanship is important here too, from what I see, and also learning and getting better and having fun at it, and gives you the will to want to come back. And we all these guys, in the whole sim racing community. And my dad was a real race car driver, and he was lucky, but financially I'll never get that chance. So this is, until I found sim racing, I was kind of lost. I'd be driving street cars like a madman when I was a youngster.
And real quick, we've got some 3-wide action up front. We've now got 3 lines. The 510 leading the middle line, the 096 leading the bottom line, and that 51 ECT TJ leading the high line. We are 3 wide for the lead.
Looking at about 6 laps until you got to start thinking about pits. With this coagulation here, do you try to pit early and pit with some friends and avoid 38 cars coming in at once, or what do you do? What kind of strategy do you do?
Man,
it's
this
a long race. What you gonna do?
Man, this is crazy. The field has tightened up. It was 3
wide.
It was 3.5 seconds. Now we've got all 38 cars within 2.9 seconds, and they're all about to be heading down pit road.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're 3 wide. I can tell you one thing. If I'm stuck in the middle lane or the high line, I'm waiting for these guys on the low line to hopefully pit early so that I can get down there and get prepared to make my entrance.
Well, I've won a few speedway races, and as far as stock car goes, this is kind of a forte of mine that I'm pretty good at. And one thing you want to know about what you're going to do here is making sure you don't run yourself out of gas and not be on that bottom line to pit when you got to. So do you pit earlier? Do you start to back off and get down low? I still got about 4 laps to go to do that. It's very hard to come out of line 2 or 3 and dive down the pit road. You definitely don't want that,
And here we go. We are still 3 wide racing. You see the 51 kind of trying to drop back there and find somewhere to get in. Meanwhile, the 510 BSR Steven is out there leading that middle line and leading this race. He's got plenty of room to where those front 4 they can get down if they want to make their pit stops. As you see there, they go. It looks like those front 4 are probably going to start merging down to that bottom lane and get ready to have a clear shot into their pit.
Yeah, they're starting to think about that. And Manny D there in that 710 Alliance, isn't it your buddy Sean Reed's sponsor also at FSB?
I think he does run a similar sponsor paint scheme over there, and yeah, it's a
kind
lot
of
of
old school brown and black there, kind of a gold and black, kind of old Benny Parsons or something, colors back from the day.
a lot of really cool custom paint schemes out here tonight.
So much goes into this stuff, I mean, to put on a race like this, and also to have these beautiful paint jobs, and also you're seeing the skill of these drivers. A couple notable guys that I know is ECT Mike Scott. I've raced against many times. A heck of a driver. He's in P3 there. And guy I'll definitely be watching and rooting for, just because I know him, and old Chuck McClure there. Definitely raced against him too back at FSB in the day.
Oh, I can tell you this much. I just broadcasted a race Thursday night. MSR does a tally challenge. They run Talladega every Thursday. Thursday night was their season finale. I had the broadcast for them, and Chuck McClure that you're talking about, he won that championship.
Hell of a driver, man.
I mean,
Pitting, we got pit stops. We got Aussie Bill. We got huge pit. And this is just on lap 17, so it does not surprise me. There will be some that are going to go. The guys on the outside are going to have to go here. Oh, we got a wreck! Hard into the wall, and it's a big one here. Car's upside down. There's like 10 or 15 cars involved here. Huge. Like the 71 there might have missed it. Manny D is involved in that.
And we will continue to keep an eye on these leaders here, as they didn't make their pit stop, so
Chuck McClure.
They will be able to pit under caution now. Under caution for
them.
Under caution for the first time tonight. 38 drivers at Talladega. We made it 18 laps, and we finally have our first caution. We're going to go ahead and throw up the caution rewind screen and see if we can't go back and see what happened here.
Yeah, let's see what happened there.
Milt will
catch it.
Milt will keep an eye on pit road for us while we're trying to find the replay.
That car's down pit road. One with damage, looks like. They're all trying to get back around so they can stay on the lead lap first before they pit and get going. Connie Garrett getting going with damage there. Got the 017 of Chuck McClure already in pit road there. I don't know if he got a tow there or... Car doesn't look too bad. They are definitely doing some work there.
And here we go. Several cars on their roof. That was quite the wreck. Let's see if we can't get another view of that.
BSR Steven leads them down pit road. Coming around the 017. Brian Voiles in his stall. Looking at the 68 of Brian Voiles. These guys are going for 4 tires, looks like. No, 2 tires for the 68, real close to the 54. Wow, that was close. 4 tires for the 51. Probably would go 4 tires here with the caution. Not really too concerned with track position. Like everybody gets out without too much problemas.
All right, and we're back up looking at the leaders. You saw that replay there.
The 51's still in, so he's got more than... He got 4 tires, but the Budweiser car is definitely getting... sponsored by Budweiser, my favorite sponsor. But unfortunately for him, he's got some... that crew's beating and banging on that thing. SR Terry Scott leaving pit road after some beating and banging.
And we're joined in the booth by the 38 car BSR Pockets. He's up there in 5th place now. Pockets, real quick, tell us what you want to tell us about this race.
Well, this is a race. This is a memorial race and a tribute to our good friend BSR RJ Rusty for his father Richard Sundt. That's the name of the race, the Richard Sundt Polar Bear 500. And we worked really hard to get a lot of the best people, we think some of the best people and racers, to come out and join us and do a little celebration and a memorial in remembrance of RJ's father.
Well, and that's awesome. Unfortunately for him, as luck goes with racing is fickle. Heavy motor damage for the 2 car. He was in pit road. He will continue, but that piece is pretty beat up.
Yeah, it's just nature of super speedway racing with a big field like this. You know it's coming. You just gotta kind of close your eyes and hope for the best.
So far, a great race though. 38 cars took the green flag. We saw 2-3 wide racing. We saw green flag start to happen, and you guys went, 18 laps caution free. I look forward to seeing the rest of the race if it goes that good.
Yeah, I told him at the beginning of the race. I said, here's my thoughts. This race is not about being fast. It's about who's the smartest and who's the most patient, because it's going to take just just one of the famous sayings. I say, don't take long, do wrong. Takes all night to do right.
Yeah, like that.
All right, so that's BSR Pockets. We'll get you back down into the lobby, and we'll hopefully chat with you again later on.
All right, thanks, fellas. Good to see you, Milt.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks
All
for
right.
putting on this event. It's a
You
great
bet.
event.
You bet. I hope to talk to y'all later. I'm gonna try to stay here all night if I can. Be there at the end, brother.
Right on. Well, when I've been doing sim racing so long that when my dad died of cancer in 2004, um, the place I turned to was my friends in sim racing. The FSB was a small little league back then, but I was reaching for something there. It was a devastating thing watching them die, and it was, what could I do? I came to my friends, and I run, and so and it didn't matter what happened. I think the first couple races, it didn't work out well for me. So I know, for the two car, he's definitely RJ Rusty. It's not about whether he wins this race. It's just the support he's getting, and as we have more cars going down pit road, topping off, getting damage fixed. You lean on your friends when you have a sim racing league for a long time. You start to you get these friendships. You text each other, you talk, and you lean on them when times are good and times are tough.
And the lights are out on the pace car. We're going to get this thing back under green flag conditions here. It will be lap 22, so 4 laps under that caution. It was a huge wreck. A lot of cars had to be cleaned off the track. You see, we lost the 11 of BSR Ray 50-50. We're showing 3 cars who have gone a lap down. Not sure if they're still going to be able to continue or not, but it does look like we still have 34 cars on the lead lap here, and we're going to get back to green flag racing and see if we can't go another 20 laps green flag or maybe even more.
Well, and the reality with this is just like you watch on TV, and they're pretty darn good. They're probably better than we are. They're doing it for real. But this kind of racing, just like Pocket said, stuff's going to happen, and it's going to eventually come down to probably 10, 15 cars. If we're lucky, to really have a shot at winning this race by the time 500 miles is over.
Oh yeah, especially if we get a couple rounds of green flag stops. I mean, on pit road there can be 2 to 5 second gaps, just depending on how good you are at making your pit stop, as well as what your strategy is. We saw some people topping off, and here we go. The Dodge pace car has pulled off the track. We're going to go back to green flag racing. The 95 car ECT F Diesel, he will lead the race back to green. He has chosen to start on the outside. The 91, our pole sitter, BSR DJ Champ, will start on the inside.
I tell you, this guy, Mike Scott in the 46, he's a cool customer. He's a hell of a short track driver. He's got all the tools that he needs here, and experience and patience. Better watch out for that 46. Huge jump there. Do cautions breed cautions now, or
we've got a smoker on the track in the back. We'll see if he can pull off and See if we get a
Puff
debris
Puff
caution
Give.
here.
That's a BSR SS Joba is on fire. That thing done blowed up right there on the restart.
And it looks like he was able to get it down on the apron. It looks like we are going to stay caution free. So we were able to avoid a debris caution there.
Beautiful paint job, but that thing's getting all covered in oil right now.
So tough break for him. Meanwhile, the 95 and the 91, 95 ECTF diesel out there leading this race. Single file up on the high side.
Gotta see what these guys got. Some of them may got cosmetic damage. Some may have got damage where they're just gonna have to ride around and try to get a top 10 here, maybe with the attrition that could happen.
Now we see the 41 car ECT spoiler starting to form that low line with the 46 of Mike Scott and the 1 of Pete Sindone. All three of those cars are ECT drivers, so perhaps a little bit of working together tonight like you brought up.
Yeah, you want to use teammates, but when it comes down to this kind of racing, eventually the teammate is the guy that's in the position to help you win the race, so you don't care if it's who it is, you know. Oh boy, oh, there was a little wiggle there from the 71 of S. Romero. No harm, no foul. Better check your shorts, son.
And we see the 201 and the 14. BSR Vinny, BSR Texan, those guys jumping in there on that low line and getting in on that action. Here comes the 22 car closing up on the low line. Rick Craddock.
Manny D was in that wreck, but it seems like his car is still good. He's still got good track position. He may have dodged a bullet there. There was so much going on, it was hard to tell who got hurt and who got hurt hard.
All right, we're on lap 25 here. We're going to go ahead and run our first commercial of the night. This is we're going to run the Drunken Cow Jerky commercial. You guys haven't seen it yet tonight, and they are providing some prize packages for this race. And in fact, there's a coupon code going on right now. If you use the coupon White Bear when you order jerky, you will get I think it's 20% off on orders over $25. So you will see that in this commercial here. And let's go ahead and roll this DrunkenCowJerky.com commercial.
Made with the freshest ingredients from local growers, it's Heyman's Drunken Cow Jerky, delivering 5 flavors of whiskey-soaked steak jerky made in the heart of Dallas, Texas. Choose from original, which is with a dusting of coarse black pepper, or hot, for that Mexican food hot flavor. Teriyaki, an original twist with a hint of sweet. And for those who have an adventuresome palate, try ghost pepper. Made with the Indian food julakia pepper, this is the hottest Drunken Cow Jerky available. Can't forget about beer bacon, where we hold the whiskey and soak it in Shiner Bock beer and add fresh cooked crumbled bacon. Use the code WHITEBEAR to receive 20% off orders of $25 or more. Go to DrunkenCowJerky.com and place your order today.
And there you go. Like we said, there's that coupon code up in the top corner. Drunken Cow Jerky, whiskey-soaked steak jerky. Head over to DrunkenCowJerky.com today.
That makes me hungry right there.
You use that coupon code White Bear and order more than $25 of jerky, and you will get 20% off. I've had it. It's great stuff, and I strongly suggest they've got a flavor called beer bacon, and it is worth. It truly is as good as it sounds, and I strongly suggest that. Let me tell you something else they have over there. They also have Wolf Bites, which are all natural dog treats for your dog. And they also all the peppers and stuff that they use to create their jerkies. They dry that stuff out and grind it up, and they put it into a seasoning. And I have it. You can order the Drunken Cow Jerky seasoning. I tell you what, get you some of that seasoning, and make you up some eggs in the morning and put some of that pepper seasoning on there, it's amazing. So like we said, head over to Drunken Cow Jerky. Use that coupon code White Bear. And getting back to the race, we still got the 95 out there. ECTF Diesel leading this race. With the 41 now, the ECT spoiler has fallen into second. It's really, you look at these front four cars, they are all ECT drivers. They've hooked up, they're working together, and they're perhaps ECT. It's early on, we got a long ways to go, but these guys are trying to crash the BSR party and steal a 46-pound concrete polar bear statue for winning this race. As they are coming up, now we see the field lapping the number 2 car. There goes BSR RJ Rusty, going a lap down. He was caught up in that first caution. Tough break for BSR RJ Rusty. He is the one responsible for this race. He does run the medicine chest there in White Bear Lake, Minnesota, and it was his father, Richard Sundt, that passed away 4 months ago. And so, tough break for BSR RJ Rusty. But
that's how it goes.
still out there turning laps like a trooper. And we will definitely we'll have him in the booth later on tonight and get a word with him.
Well, still 26 cars in the draft, so some of these guys are probably hanging on with a little bit of damage. May not have a chance to win, but still in that draft.
As we take a look here, we have lost 3 cars out of the race. We've lost 4 cars out of the race, and we have 2 cars that are a lap down. So we do still have 31 cars in this race.
Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500. Looking at about 10 laps in now on this fuel run. So there's going to be more action. We didn't even get a chance to get to that pit stop before we got the wreck. So there's going to be more good stuff.
And here we go. And yeah, the field has spread out a little bit. We're not 38 cars anymore. We're down to about 26 in the main group of cars. And as we close in on the end of this fuel window, perhaps we will see. We saw some green flag pit stops the last go around, but this time hopefully we'll see the whole field try to get through it and really see who the king of pit road is and who can come out of there leading this race. If it will still be the 95 of ECTF Diesel, or perhaps somebody back a little further in the pack will just have a killer pit stop.
TJ, we saw him on pit road for a long time. Still looks like they fixed that Budweiser car up. Muy bueno there, and that thing is still rolling.
And we've got one more commercial we're going to run for you real quick. We're not going to completely cut away from the action, but we do want to get this commercial in there before we get to the green flag pit stops, and so we're going to go ahead and run the medicine chest commercial for Richard Sundt. And so we hope you enjoy this. This commercial will show you exactly why we're here tonight doing this. So enjoy.
A man that meant a lot to his community, I'm sure.
For over 80 years, Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera has been the longest operating independent pharmacy in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. It offers a full-service pharmacy, gift shop, and camera store. Medicine Chest is known for its customer service and priding itself on the careful delivery and explanation of prescription drugs to its customers. Located inside is Sun Color Photo, a professional photo processing center offering digital prints, photo enlargements, photo restoration, video and DVD transfer, and much more. Also located inside is the Polar Bear Store, White Bear Lake's only source for concrete polar bears. The Polar Bear Store has concrete polar bear statues from 6 pounds to over 600 pounds. The gift shop also offers a full line of Hallmark cards as well as other Hallmark merchandise and products. This event was created to honor the life of Richard Sundt. As owner of Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera, Sun Color Photo, and the Polar Bear Store, Richard was a fixture in his community. The sudden loss of Richard on August 16, 2016, saddened the town of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. They not only lost a neighbor and friend, but also a well-respected businessman and server of his community. Richard will be truly missed.
And we're back. There you go. That's the Richard Sundt Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera commercial that we have for you tonight. Oh, car blowing up middle of the field. He just blew up in the middle of the field, and when he tried to when he tried to get off the track there, he collected another driver. But they went off the track. We're still green.
They're both moving. Well, the 51 for the Budweiser car, and he is done.
And now the caution comes out. Lap 36 here. We were just a few laps away from seeing green flag pit stops, and so under caution for the second time tonight. That was nobody's fault there. That car just the engine quit.
Nobody's fault but mine.
The engine quit there in the middle of the field, and collected one other driver, and so tough break for there.
Happens. Well, he had damage earlier, so there are random failures in this game, and there also are failures from damage. But what a tribute to Richard Sundt and what he meant to that community. It's obvious, when you when you have the privilege to affect people's lives like that, and make people think and grieve for you. He's had a huge effect on that community, and that's the best all we can do in life. We leave this earth, and we're all going to leave it.
And we're going to go ahead and do a quick caution rewind, go back here and show you a better view of that 51 car ECT-TJ. The motor just let go.
That's called a scatter right there. A blammo.
That's a tough break for the 51 car. He was up there leading earlier.
Yeah, and he still was running well, even though he had damage there. Now, what are these guys gonna do? Got to go try to get track position here. 2 tires. Obviously full fuel. At this point, you don't start thinking about doing anything else but that. Remember which ones you did last time. Execute your stall. This is huge when you've got all these guys.
And there we go. Looking at this replay, the 51 there, just coming through the tri-oval, the motor let go. He tried getting over to the left to get out of the way, and unfortunately he collected the 68 car Brian Boyles. So tough break for both of those cars.
Absolutely. I'm sure that thing, once it blowed, it's got oil on the tires there, and it probably spooked him a little bit there. Bada bing, that's welcome to plate racing.
Alright, so let me go ahead and see if I can't find excuse me, let me see if I can get let's see if we can get BSR RJ Rusty up here in the booth. BSR RJ Rusty, this is Mark Dillon up here in the Pony Express booth with Milt, and we wanted to get a word with you, as obviously this race is for your father, and so I heard some of what you had to say during the drivers meeting, and why don't you go ahead and let us up here in the booth, as well as the viewers, know what the purpose behind this event is.
Oh, well, thank you guys. I'm appreciate the broadcast. Yeah, my father, Richard Sundt, passed away 4 months ago yesterday, and this race is dedicated to his life. And I'm sorry, I got a lot of whisper in my ear, so it's hard for me to talk at the same time. But we got a lot of people that showed up for Saturday night on their non-points race, and I even gave up. This is my wife and I's 33rd wedding anniversary today, and so we gave that up to get this race scheduled and get this thing going. And we're just out here having a good time, having a lot of fun. Thank you for the broadcast.
And so we obviously want to say, thank you to your wife for letting you come out and do this, and letting all of us join in with, remembering and honoring your father. What can you? I understand there's some really cool concrete polar bears that are on the line for some of these finishers tonight.
Yeah, concrete polar bears. It's a venture that my dad took on in his store a little over 2 years ago, and these concrete polar bears can be seen all over this beautiful town of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. They sell very quickly, and they range from 6 pounds all the way up to, there's a couple of his 640-pound bears right outside on his front porch at his house. So they're beautiful. He's got the molds for them, and yeah, they're really something else.
I've seen them, and they look really cool. And I don't know if you know this or not, but I have a 10-month-old son, and honest to God, his true real name is Bear.
I do know that, Mark. Yeah, I do know that from meeting you from a race before. That's quite awesome. I love that.
And so obviously, me and the wife, we love everything that has to do with bears. What? So do you run the medicine chest now?
Well, I inherited, of course. It was a very sudden loss back in August, and I'm his only child. So we got a great staff at that store. So that store is pretty much a well-oiled machine that it pretty much takes care of itself. I'm just getting my feet wet and working with the CPA and attorneys just to, we want to make sure we keep it going. So business is going great. So, appreciate that.
Well, obviously your dad was a stature in the community, and what he missed. When I lost my dad in 2004, I ran to my sim racing buddies and community to. Obviously, your sim racing buddies and community have stepped up to show their support for you and your father. I'm sure that's got to make you feel really warm inside.
Oh, absolutely. And I couldn't have, I came up with the idea for this race, the tribute and memorial race, but I couldn't have done this. BSR Pockets, the driver of the 38 car, was instrumental in this. He's the one that managed this whole thing, set it all up. And then we got BSR Scar in an 83 car that did all the visual graphics for the commercial that you just played recently. And right down to my uncle doing the music for it. So it's, I had it easy. Like I said, Pockets managed this whole thing, got the meeting set up, made sure everyone's got the right car files and everything. So they did all the tireless work. I just reaped the benefits from them.
All right, so there you go.
Awesome.
That's BSR RJ Rusty joining us in the booth. This is the Polar Bear 500, the first annual Richard Sundt Memorial in honor of his father. And thank you for giving us a word in the booth. And we'll let you get back down there and get back under green flag. And I'm sure we'll probably talk to you again in the booth after this race.
Oh, that sounds good. Look forward to talking to you guys again. Thank you.
Hey, Rusty, take it easy, man.
All right. Thank you, man.
Well, the community, friendship, all a deal there, and wow, man, it just brings back memories. It's so neat, so neat. Tribute. We lost in our league. We lost Mike Baker this year in our instrumental in our GTP racing Grand Touring prototype. So I'll be probably hungover and running the race tomorrow morning, and but in his honor, and in my dad's honor, and as it was co-named for that, and that's a great connection, a friendship, and a fellowship, and racing, and love there. So great stuff.
And here we go. The Dodge pace car is off the track. We're going to send this thing back to green. And no surprise, the 91 and the 95, the same two cars who led us to green 20 laps ago, are going to lead us to this green flag start again. And here we go. Those are all front. All four of those cars up there in the front, they are all ECT drivers. So far, early on in this race, ECT really putting on a super speedway clinic.
And the great teams and great drivers do that. In my experience running with some of the ECR back in the day, FSB would get 4 or 5 cars lined up. Maybe a freight train. It's going to be hard to get it in, wedge themselves in there.
And here we go. You see the 46 there, Mike Scott, drop down in line, and so now these 4 ECT drivers are single file, and they're hooked right back up the way they were when that caution came out.
Yeah, Mike's been right up in the top 5 there, and he knows what to do, and he gets into P3.
Once again, you see that banner up there in the top left corner of your screen, Drunken Cow Jerky. They are offering a special promotional coupon code. Enter White Bear at checkout, and you will save 20% off of an order of $25 or more on some Drunken Cow Jerky.
Okay, so I've done the Indy 500 at FSB like 4 times. Done 5 24-hour Le Mans, and 2 24 hours at Spa in iRacing. What I can tell you is in these long runs here, your butt starts to hurt, your legs start to get numb. Got to worry about your bladder. Obviously, you don't want to pit and hit the bathroom because your crew can pit faster than you can pee, or at least I can pee. There's a lot of things you got to settle in. You got to move around. You got to make sure you're comfortable. A lot depends on how your rig is set up, your seat. For these long distance races like this, you have to be prepared, or it will come back to get your attention and take away from your focus.
And you see we are 43 laps into this 188 lap race at Talladega. We do still have 31 cars on the lead lap. We started with 38. We have had 2 cautions.
You guys are going to fight until they can't fight no more, and that's what they do. Now you got to settle in here. You got to think. I'm smelling a green flag run here. They've had a couple cautions that field's thinned out a little bit here. This could be time. They went green at lap 40, so looking at probably lap 57 or 58. When you want to you can make some distance with the right move on the green flag. These cautions coming up before these pit stops keeps everybody together. But you look for one of these moves in a 500-mile race. It could be now, could be later, but at some point, pit stops are going to be, green flag stops are going to be what separates the men from the boys here. Oh, and there's a big wreck. Hard into the wall. That's a hard lick. Oh my gosh. That's got to bring out the caution. Didn't see who it was, but...
And the caution is out. We'll let these guys
that was a straight on into the wall hard lick. Good thing it's not real. Or dude would be, his legs would be hurting right there.
we'll let these guys get things sorted
Oh my
out here
gosh.
again. We only ran about 6 laps, but you know, in these super speedway races, while tires aren't a big factor, fuel is. So I wouldn't be surprised to still see a lot of these guys pit after burning off 6 laps of fuel. We're gonna go ahead and
Absolutely, you gotta. You can't put yourself out there. Gotta pit. You could go no tires here though for track position. I would consider no tires, especially if I was back. If I was up in the front, I would probably take 2 and live with it. Didn't catch which driver that was, but let me see if I can take a look back and look at the. We can look at the running order there. That was a hard lick, though.
and here we go. We're
Head on.
trying to get you a good view of the replay here.
Every one of these stops means something. You execute to win a 500-mile race. I've won one Indy 500, and I had to do everything right every single second.
That was a crazy ride for the '07 car of Rick Moon.
Oh, there it is. Oh,
we're gonna
my
go ahead
gosh.
and we're gonna take a look at. We're gonna go in the cockpit and
Let's go
take a ride in
cockpit.
this one.
Oh,
It looks like the 3 had a run on the low side, and can't really tell how those 2 came together, but they did. And the '07 took
see him in
a
your mirror
crazy
here.
ride
See
there.
him looking here. You got to give him some room, but then again, maybe he needs to back off there a little bit. A long way to go. You can't win it on lap 48. And that's definitely going to hurt both of them. So hard. It's easy to say from the booth here when you're in car here. Let's see the Buick there. Beautiful paint job there. Reminds me of my old Buick I had back in the day. Looking out low.
So there you go. That was a wrap.
Yeah, I think
the
they
07.
both were. I think they were both trying to give room, and it's just that once you got down there, it just pushed up a little and just pushed down a little. I'd call that a racing incident.
So the '07, his night is over. Tough break for Rick Moon, and better luck next time. We hate to see that happen. Let's get our voiceover guy up here in the booth. BSR Beezer. Hey Beezer, this is Mark and Milt up in the booth. We've watched all the commercials tonight, and we've seen all your voiceover work, and we just wanted to get up here and get you up here and get a word from you on how did that process go for you?
Yeah, well, hey, thanks, Mark. Milt, thanks for your broadcast tonight on the Pony Express Broadcast Network. It was a pretty fun thing. I do some things in the local community, some public address announcing for fun, some volunteering I do, and the opportunity presented itself to help Tim Scar and Pockets out with the Polar Bear Express commercial, which I don't know if you've shown yet on the broadcast or not, but I'm sure you have, and then the Drunken Cow Jerky piece. A lot of fun to do. Pretty simple process. Try to give something that inspires the people that are listening to it to either buy some beef jerky or get attached to this race and what it stands for and the memory of Mr. Sundt. It's a pretty fun little project to do.
All right, now let's talk about this race. We've still got 28 cars on the lead lap out of the 38 that started. How's your car doing tonight? Have you been caught up in any of the 3 cautions?
I have driven through multiple of them. I don't know if you noticed my qualifying time, 2 minutes and 20 odd seconds or something. I really wanted to start in the back. And as I've shared with you on our broadcasts over at the Tally Rally, I like a conservative approach for these long races. Start in the back, ride back there. Don't get in that tight draft. It's just too stressful. Too much risk versus reward, especially in the first half of the race. And I started tail end of this field, and I got up to 10th or 12th there because these crashes decimated the competition a little bit. And I've had to change my strategy because now you don't want to get back with some damaged drivers, potentially lose that lead draft. If the race may have a green feel from this point out, just because the pack has been separated now with damaged cars versus undamaged cars. So now I'm up in the top third of the field. I'm going to try to stick up here now, not put myself in any perilous position, but try not to get lost back in the back either.
Well, yeah, that's smart pool, and yeah, I mean, you got that Michael Buffer voice going on there. Definitely, just on TeamSpeak doesn't really do it justice, but that's definitely. Let's get ready to rumble. You probably do pretty well at that, Beezer.
Well, Milt, I'd like to thank you for your efforts broadcasting this evening. I'm proud to be driving the 00 Newton Running Marine Corps Marathon Toyota tonight here at the Polar Bear 500. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, you turn it on and off like a light switch, man.
Heck yeah.
And so let me get one more question in here before we go back to green flag racing. I know you're a BSR member, and so you're very familiar with drunken cow jerky, as I have learned a little bit, and I've tasted it. And what is your favorite flavor?
You know, I am an original guy. I feel like that flavor, to me, it just essence of drunken cow jerky comes through all the way. And yeah, I like the original. I'd like to try the beer bacon. I've not gotten around to order some, but the next time I get some drunken cow jerky, I'd like to get it actually while I'm in Dallas, Texas, personally, and meet these the Heyman brothers. And it's a pretty fun product they got going on here, and look forward to having some of it, hopefully free of charge after I have a good finish tonight.
Well, I can tell you, I've had the beer bacon and the Ghost, and the beer bacon is every bit as good as it sounds. But the caution lights are out, and we appreciate you getting up here and giving us a word, as well as doing those commercials, and we'll let you get back down there and pull your seatbelts tight.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good time. Hope you got your snacks and your drinks, because we got a little ways to go yet in this sucker.
Got plenty of beer.
Thanks, guys.
A couple cars of note there, including the boss there, 38 car, and several other cars did second stops here. Try to top off on fuel, I believe. No tires. So they're trying to think, which is a smart pull. They're trying to think of, we're going to get a green flag run here, and now this is typical for these races. Eventually, you're going to get that green flag stop, and you want to be in that group that stays out if a caution comes out, and you can make hay or put some of these fast cars a lap down.
And here we go. Pace cars off. We're going back to green. Once again, the 91 and the 95 continue to lead this race, as well as we see the 1 and the 46 still in there. Those four guys have been dominating this race. But the 096 BSR Chevy Chase, he is making his way up there, and he is restarting in P3.
Pocket's back in the weeds there, but that stop there could serve him. I think he decided out, I'm just going to go ahead and make that second stop and top off on fuel and see if I can make an extra lap. Nice move there.
Now, speaking of all the big names who came out and are still in this race, still 29 cars on the lead lap, I'm going to go out on a limb here. We've still got 138 laps to go at Talladega, but I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to call the 46 of Mike Scott. He's going to be my pick to win this race.
Well, you're supposed to pick those at the start.
Well, I feel like we're still just starting. We got a long ways to go.
But yeah, like I was saying, he's one of these few guys, aside from last night, which was a kick in the butt, practicing with you guys, and it was nice to get on the track, and I can talk the talk or whatever, but you guys, they really just heard me in broadcast, so they wanted, it was nice for them to see me on the track and say, okay, this guy knows a little bit, and but he's one of the guys I have raced against, and I would have to agree with you there. Could be the announcer kiss of death, or as Mike Tyson would say, the kiss of death. But we shall see.
All right, so there you go. Both of the announcers tonight leaning in the direction of that 46 car, Mike Scott. Hopefully, we're not jinxing him. And look, don't look now. Here comes the 00. And he thinks better of it. BSR Beezer was thinking about forming a third line there.
Well, like he said, which was smart. Of course, all these guys are smart pro racers, so they are thinking these same things. He was just saying it, and things are going through their heads right now of how they're going to manage the rest of this race. We go green with 50 now, so we'll mark that down. 51, I believe.
Yep, and so here you go. We've got the 95 car still leading this race, has been most of the night, with fellow ECT drivers, the one in the 46 pushing him. These ECT guys, apparently their strategy tonight is to hook up and get out front and just avoid the 3 cautions that we've seen so far. But we are going to once again run this Drunken Cow Jerky commercial in case you missed it earlier on, and so you can.
You're making me hungry again.
We'll run this Drunken Cow Jerky commercial, and be sure to write down that coupon code White Bear and use it when you place your order.
Made with the freshest ingredients from local growers, it's Heyman's Drunken Cow Jerky, delivering 5 flavors of whiskey soaked steak jerky made in the heart of Dallas, Texas. Choose from original, which is with a dusting of coarse black pepper, or hot for that Mexican food hot flavor. Teriyaki, an original twist with a hint of sweet. And for those who have an adventuresome palate, try ghost pepper. Made with the Indian Bhut Julakia pepper, this is the hottest Drunken Cow Jerky available. Can't forget about beer bacon, where we hold the whiskey and soak it in Shiner Bock beer and add fresh cooked crumbled bacon. Use the code WHITEBEAR to receive 20% off orders of $25 or more. Go to DrunkenCowJerky.com and place your order today.
And there we go. There's that commercial. Speaking of that commercial, right there's a 00 we're looking at. The Marine Corps Marathon Toyota Camry of BSR Beezer cuts down low, heads down to the inside line. He is the, I guess you could say, the voice of the commercials tonight.
Someone we haven't mentioned here yet, David Cannon, kind of chilling there. But that Chevrolet, he's definitely got a right in that pack there, quietly staying around. What's he going to do?
Absolutely. David Cannon, a big name in the sim racing community. He's one of 3 owners over at RTG, Rolling Thunder Gaming. David Cannon, Sean Prime, Terry Bowman. I just wrapped up broadcasting 5 races for those guys, in which David Cannon came out of his pocket with a very generous sum, and all of the proceeds for those races, including this huge race tonight, all proceeds that we made this month went to www.operationrockthetroops.org.
Awesome.
We were able to donate $325 to them guys, and they're a nonprofit charity who provide concerts as well as music lessons for veterans. So we want to give a shout out to Operation Rock the Troops, and obviously, BSR RJ Rusty.
Obviously, you're a veteran too, which we appreciate your service.
I am, and
boy,
I appreciate your support.
BSR Texan makes a move down there.
And we see David Cannon go with him.
David
We got a car
goes with
blown up. Car blown up.
These guys are obviously pushing the limit on tape here. This has got to be or they had damage in those previous wrecks. 'Cause that was our former leader, the 91 car.
It was the
Load up.
91 car BSR DJ Champ. That's our pole sitter.
That's our pole sitter is expunged. That motor right there.
And so we are under caution for debris. This is our first debris caution of the night. So no wreck here. Nothing for us to go back and look at.
Oh, man.
Tough break for the 91 STP Dodge Charger of BSR. DJ Champ.
STP, the Racer's Edge. It's not going to work tonight. I'd have to get him in the booth here later. And we got caution out, as we got debris on the track.
So yeah, tough break for him there. Hate to see that. Obviously, he was extremely fast tonight. He won the pole and he was up front all race.
That was the thing I was interesting. Listen, when we were testing last night, you gave me the base setup 70 tape, which was running about 200 degrees, which I would probably go about 210 would be the most. It's 75 tape. These guys might be running upwards of 220 degrees for a 500-mile race. Oh, man, I don't know. Got to be there to be there. Easy for me to say up here in the booth. Got to execute these stops now. Even though it's under caution, you still have to nail it. Fatigue is starting to get in a little bit. This is probably like the distance of a normal race is probably like about 80 laps. So they're like 2/3 of the way of a normal 40% race as FSB runs. So, and we're like a third of the way through this darn thing.
And here we go. We're watching some of these pit stops.
Gotta execute. It's so, man, folks at home, everything about this is not easy.
Oh man, great race there between the 95 and the 00 of Beezer. Not sure which one of them won the race off pit road. We'll have to see if somebody finally beat the 95 off of pit road, because the 95 car has just been dominating pit road as well as green flag racing tonight.
Well, just like Beezer said when we interviewed him, you know, he's taking it easy and finding his spot, but you also, when you find your spot and get that track position, you're okay with that. It's not a scary spot to be up towards the front. And
it looks like that
position. Unless he got a penalty there, he's let's see. Oh, okay, maybe not.
Nope. Looks like the 95 car.
That's where you want to be, up is in front. Really do.
ECTFD. So that 95 car once again wins the race off of pit road. He has been nearly unstoppable tonight.
Especially if you've got a little more tape than the other guys on the car. Now that could be adjusted under pit stops. Some of these guys might be starting to think, especially if they're talking. These guys are all whispering, like we talked to RJ Rusty. He had guys in his ear as he was trying to talk to us, talking about stuff. And these guys are all doing that at the same time, teammates and competitors. What do you think we should do? Dude blew up. Maybe we need to back it down here. Or do you go for it? This is a special event race, so if you're going to hang it out sideways, this is probably the one to do it on.
Absolutely. There's no points on the line here. Definitely want to leave it all out there.
But, you know, I mean, you got to make it there, and, you know, 220 degrees. Of course, we can't, when we're watching these in-cars, those aren't real-time gauge measurements, so as we just saw there, you can't really, the only way you see that is in your own car view as you're driving. You're the only one that knows exactly what temps you're running.
And here we go. We've got the nature boy, Donnie Garrett, joining us in the booth. Donnie, how's your race going tonight?
Well, I tell you, I had a extremely fast car earlier, and I got in that first wreck, and it's just knocked a little bit out of it. And it's fast still up on the top, but I got to have people in front and behind me. If I get back in the back, it's pretty slow. So I'm just trying to buy my time and wait for one of these green flag pit stops and try to make some spots up here.
Well, we were just talking about tape and water temperature. We've seen a couple of guys like the 91 that was leading the race blow up. Running around 210 or 220. You probably don't want to divulge what tape you're running, but is that a concern here now that we've got a couple guys blowing up out of the blue?
Yeah, I mean, you in these races, you ride along and you just kind of see where you shake out at. A lot of these guys don't show everything in practice, so you get out here in the race and they show the real side of the car, and then you realize, oh, I'm not quick enough, and you start making desperate moves. And I just did that, and just because of that damage, I went up 5 degrees. I don't mind telling you, I went from 70 to 75.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yep.
Yeah, and it ran 220, and it just started turning red there with about 8 or 9 laps to go, and I was getting a little nervous. But I gotta do what I gotta do. It's trying to make the car a little bit faster. If it helps, but it could backfire on you. But it made it faster. I ran a faster lap than my fastest lap of the race, and so I was pretty happy with that. But I don't know, like I say, still a long way to go, and attrition is definitely happening. And if I can stay in the pack here, I might steal one later. You never know. It just we're going to get down here, then gas mileage is going to come into play, and still a lot of strategy left to play in this thing.
Absolutely.
And still 28 cars on the lead pack here. Thanks for joining us in the booth and giving us a little update and some
Good luck,
insight,
Donnie.
some insight into your strategy, and we'll let you get back down there and get to it.
All right, guys, good luck up there. Long race, and I want to thank BSR for putting this thing on, and Pockets, and everybody that's helped me over here, and just a great group of guys. And can't wait to get back up in the booth there with you. Long as Tim don't take me for no more rides.
Sounds like a plan, and we look forward to it. Good luck.
All right, bye.
Well, there you have it. You see how these guys are strategizing and playing cat and mouse here. Professional sim racing. These guys are good, and they know what they're doing.
And so there you have it. That's the Nature Boy, Donnie Garrett. He's been in the booth with me for 3 broadcasts this year, and we look forward to having him call some more races next year. Monday night will actually be my last broadcast of the year. We are shutting up the booth for the holidays. It's been a crazy 8 broadcasts in 11 days. It's been nuts. But the lights are out on the pace car.
It shows you what product you give out there, and I'm so happy for you. And these guys obviously dig what you got. So good job, Mark.
Thank you. The lights are out. The Dodge Charger has pulled off. The 00 of BSR Beezer is going to start on the inside. The 95 ECT F Diesel will start on the outside. And we're going to go back to green here on lap number 62.
The Diesel's going. It's got a good run on the outside there. You got Beezer, you got Texan that come up there. We saw him about P14. Bindone qualified up front. He's slowly worked his way back. It ebbs and flows. And, of course, BSR Chevy Chase been in that top 10 the whole time here. Long way to go. See, ECT spoiler 41. Haven't said much about him. He's starting to make a move here.
And we see that 68 car up there in the front.
Brian,
Brian,
he got some damage, but it looks like they fixed that car up pretty good.
yeah, we are running moderate damage. We saw that 68 take a hard shot earlier when a car blew its motor, but glad to see the 68 is still able to keep it up to speed. That's Brian Boyles in that Drunken Cow Jerky car.
Rick Craddock and the 22, haven't mentioned him yet. Starting to show his is Moxie here, along with 49 of Brain Fade. I just love that name, man. I mean, that kind of fits me right there.
And here we go, looking up front now. We had the two BSR drivers of Beezer and Texan claim the lead, and now here come the three ECT drivers on the low side trying to take it back. So great battle here, ECT versus BSR. It's really cool to see these guys hook up with.
These are long-time professional sim racing leagues, and they know what they're doing. BSR Vinny in the 14's been around there. Obviously, the iconic 14 number, and my cousin Vinny is coming to get some here.
We see Manny Diaz back there coming into the picture, the 710 car. He was caught up in that first huge wreck of the race, and
yeah, they did a great job fix that. Yeah.
Glad to see he's still out there, and yeah, we started with 38. We still have 29 cars on the lead lap as we're almost, 65 laps into this thing.
The damage model in this game, and if you get hit one certain way or just right, still got something, but you mean all three wide. Who is that? That is BSR Bubba taking a look there. No harm, no foul. No, that was. Well, we haven't talked about Bubba either. That was Momo there. My dad raced for Gene Perero Moretti, the founder of Momo. Of course, he ran at Le Mans and stuff, and my dad drove Porsches for him for a while. They were sponsored by Penthouse, which pretty cool. Some hot chicks around the pits back in the day.
So, Mel, we've talked briefly about your road course racing in the GTP series or at FSP. Your dad was a real race car driver. Tell us a little bit about Milt Minter Sr.
Well, he raced for 50 years. A poor farm boy from Sanger, California. He ended up being a Porsche factory driver. Got fired for winning the race. He was supposed to pull over and let the number one car by. He was obviously in the number two, but two-time national SCCA national champion, two-time Trans Am champion, two-time winner on the Wall of Fame at Lime Rock, and runner-up by 4 points in IMSA. 1974, drove the 1,350 horsepower 917 twin turbo 12-cylinder back in the Can-Am days. Ran at Le Mans 3 times. Almost won it his first time in 73. He had 3 laps of practice. Didn't even know where he was going. He was teamed with Sam Posey. I'm sure you've probably heard of him. He does the a lot of the commentary for and color stuff for the Formula One broadcasts. Very proud. He obviously was an awesome driver. Me, I'm a tile setter, but obviously very proud, and I try to carry that name in respect, and I love sim racing. It's what I can do and what I can afford, and it's definitely. Facebook stuff. He would trip on all the attention he still gets. Those were they were gladiators and death machines surrounded by 40 gallons of fuel and magnesium framing with oil running through the tube frame. He lost a lot of great friends and competitors: Mark Donahue, Francois Savard, Peter Revson, on and on. I could go on. Never thought he would actually live that long, and then, got cancer. I firmly believe, like Steve McQueen, who I met, and Paul Newman, they both died of cancer. I firmly believe, a lot of that was the suits they used to wear back back in the day, they were basically asbestos lined racing suits, for that 1500 degrees. Oh, and we got a car up high, and he's letting them by. That's RJ Rusty. Good job. But, yeah, just, wow, there it is,
And so growing up, Mill, you must have spent a lot of time at racetracks and on pit road.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
in the garage.
Yeah, Riverside, Laguna Seca, Willow Springs testing was. He drove for the great Vashik Polak.
Oh, the leaders are wrecking. We just lost the two of the leaders.
We'll get back to that as see if this thing goes green.
Yeah, they're down on the grass. This might stay green. That was. I know BSR Beezer, the 00 was caught up in that one.
Oh my gosh.
I think not quite sure who the other one was.
There's some stories like him, wrecking it as well. We'll get back. No, we're still green here, so quickly. I drove Porsche 935 for Cliff O'Kearns. That car would go about 215 at Daytona, and he had a Chevrolet alternator and hit the wall like 5 times and rolled out of the car and
3 wide for 4th place.
And got back in the ambulance and realized he had pooped himself and peed his pants. He was mighty embarrassed. They worked on that car all night and finished second at Daytona in the Daytona finale, 1979.
And here we go. Here's that 68 car, Brian Voiles. We saw him have hard contact earlier, but he's up here in P3. We're not looking. Shoot. Let's see here.
With the moderate damage and just the right lick, never know. Sometimes you think you're done and the car is still good, and sometimes you just get a little nick and the car is not good. So
it looks like it was our two very dominant cars tonight, the 95 and the 00, who got together and they are still running. They haven't gone a lap down. We don't know what kind of damage they have because we stayed green. But
yeah, otherwise it would have been green if they didn't get going. Yellow if they wouldn't have got going.
But that is, if depending on how things go, those two were very dominant. So now we're whittling it down, and
that's how fast it happens. To win one of these races like this, you gotta be lucky and good.
And now we see the 201 car, BSR Texan, trying to get up there, and we've still got those 2 ECT cars leading this race on the high side.
You gotta be looking at pit stops here pretty soon too, which might get your attention here.
That's those 2 leaders, the 41 and the 1, Spoiler and Pete Sindone. They're not just ECT drivers; those guys are ECT owners. So they are definitely, a couple big names in the community, as we see a lot of these drivers out here are, and they're showing that they don't just sit back and run the day to day. They know how to drive as well.
Well, when you look at this entire race from top to bottom, this field was a completely, from first to last, was a professional racing coagulation of drivers here, and these guys, they were waiting for their moment, and here it is, and it's not over. We're not even at the halfway point yet, so. Lot can happen here.
We are 12 laps into this fuel run though, so we're about 6 or 7 laps away from green flag pit stops. We do have 28 cars on the lead lap, 24 cars in this lead pack, 24 cars within 1.4 seconds. And now they're coming up. Yep. These guys are coming up on some lappers, the guys who spun and didn't get the caution. And so we're going to go 3 wide here in the corner.
Well, these guys that are damaged are probably not going to look at the lucky dog uh, uh, as they got heavy damage, but they're pretty much resigned to their fate, and they do exactly what you need to do: stay up high and get out the way, and that's what they're doing. But those leaders that were in the lead that got into it, how much damage do they have? Can they stay on the lead lap, or can they fight for the lucky dog if they go down a lap? They might be able to stay on the lead lap before this next green flag stop if it happens.
And switching up the standings up top, taking a look at 25th and back. Like I said, 26 cars. 26 cars on the lead lap now. We just lapped 2 more. So we see BSR RJ Rusty there going another lap down. That'll put him 2 down. So still 26 cars on the lead lap here tonight.
The concentration level it takes to follow like this. Watching it from the outside in here, it's just like they're going around the track, but in that cockpit, you have to be on your toes constantly. You're sweating, thinking. Every move you make it's like a snake that's kind of ebbing and flowing. You're just on the gas full, and these guys are full focus, constant focus, intense. It starts to wear you down as you're getting to the halfway point here. You're already over like a standard 40% race. You're coming right up to where you would be racing for the win. You're not even at halfway point yet.
And so here you go. We
got pit stops for the 71 and the 96, the 096. All of these are lap down cars, or
oh no, the 096 is up there in second place.
Oh, we have on the scanner. We have pit stops. The 03. These guys are pitting. We're gonna get a free green flag stop.
So
these guys,
here we go. Hold on
tired.
to your seatbelts.
Your legs are tired. Your feet. You haven't practiced. Oh, we got the car.
He holds on to it 4 wide. 4 wide.
What a great save by
the 41 car.
The 41 car. Man, that'll make your sticker pecker right there. And they're locking up. Coming down 3-4 wide. Look at that. Oh, we got a little contact with the 41.
And look at that. 3 wide on pit road, but everybody makes it and gets in there clean.
Folks, you don't know how hard that is, man. Wow. Still got to get it down, hit your mark, see your flag, go around. You have to also think about...
I'm seeing some fuel-only stops. Fuel only for the 201.
They want track position here. That's not a bad move.
I see some other cars of 14, 22, and 1. They're taking 4 tires.
I don't know about that. I don't think you give that up. Not on the green flag. You don't want 4. You're going to lose a ton of time, especially against these guys up against the grass coming out.
And here we go. We see the nature boy Donnie Garrett as well as the 343. You
got to be Roger Penske and Brad Keselowski at the same time. You're not just the driver. You also have to be your pit manager. You got to remember the driving order, where you qualified, where these guys are, and you got to do it in a split second. These guys that had to get around other cars, they were going to hurt. And the 077 and 377 look like the excuse me, that's the wrong number. Huge bump coming out there, and that's going to help them out. I feel the green flag stops. We're spreading out here.
We see the 096.
These guys make some move.
The 096 and the 201 way out front after those pit stops. Those guys took fuel only.
Still pit stops happening. These guys are smoking them coming down in. We've been waiting for this green flag stop, and this is going to start to separate what's going on here. This stuff gives you anxiety too, especially if you're not in that draft, but you got to get hooked up with a group. You have to work together. If you spread out, see the field spread out. Let's see how they go as they get up. Takes them about a lap to get up to full speed here.
Yeah, our leaders are the 096 and the 201. They have a sizable gap over third place, and you know, but it's only two cars. They're not going to be able to go as fast as that pack that's going to come up on them here.
Absolutely, you got 6th to 14th or 15th, 5th to 14th or 15th, led by BSR Pockets. They're gonna. But they're battling a little bit here. Ideally, you want to get in line and run. They're all trying to sort out and see what just happened right now. And they're going to gobble up P3 and P2 here, so they will catch them fast. They've got way too much draft here. BSR Momo and BSR Nelly in third and fourth are going to get gobbled up by these guys.
And so there you go. We just completed our first round of green flag pit stops tonight, and the field is stretched out.
BSR Vinny goes all the way to 14th. He's tail end. In fact, he is a lap down now. P2 and P1 are together. Is Nelly going to come up and try to help them as they come across some lap traffic? We got a race on our hands here now. This is when it gets where you get to going.
And we're now down to only 21 cars on the lead lap after those green flag stops.
As they get sorted out, what they do at the line here, lap time wise, versus that big gaggle of too wide freight train behind them. I think they will gobble them up.
And here we go. You can see those front two out there with a couple lappers, and then you see about a 12 car pack that are trying to chase them down.
14's going to want to get his lap back if he can. But he's going to help these guys at the line. 49.058 for P2. Take a look back at the gaggle as they come around. Still coming around the tri-oval. They were 49.1, so already they got a tenth a second.
We see the 103 BSR Nelly is leading that huge pack that's trying to catch the two leaders.
At the line, 48.856. That's hella fast. They do have 3 cars there.
Looks like they did gain this big pack here gained about 0.3 of a second, so they are still gaining about a quarter of a second a lap. So it's going to take them about 6 to 8 laps to catch these guys.
Then we'll be back to status quo here.
And so we're going to go ahead and run this polar bear commercial for you one more time.
About 10 laps from the halfway point. Guys are starting to, okay. Here we go.
For over 80 years, Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera has been the longest operating independent pharmacy in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. It offers a full-service pharmacy, gift shop, and camera store. Medicine Chest is known for its customer service and priding itself on the careful delivery and explanation of prescription drugs to its customers. Located inside is Sun Color Photo, a professional photo processing center offering digital prints, photo enlargements, photo restoration, video and DVD transfer, and much more. Also located inside is the Polar Bear Store, White Bear Lake's only source for concrete polar bears. The Polar Bear Store has concrete polar bear statues from 6 pounds to over 600 pounds. The gift shop also offers a full line of Hallmark cards as well as other Hallmark merchandise and products. This event was created to honor the life of Richard Sundt. As owner of Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera, Sun Color Photo, and the Polar Bear Store, Richard was a fixture in his community. The sudden loss of Richard on August 16, 2016, saddened the town of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. They not only lost a neighbor and friend, but also a well-respected businessman and server of his community. Richard will be truly missed.
And so there you go, we're back. The first annual Richard Sundt Memorial, otherwise known as the Polar Bear 500, due to those concrete polar bears that they make. We are on lap 88 here, and we just finished up green flag pit stops, and the huge pack has finally caught the 2-car breakaway after those pit stops, and now they're looking to railroad right on by them. We're going to have about a 17-car pack here once these guys get all bunched back up together. This is, the Medicine Chest, Pharmacy and Camera, Sun Color 1-hour photo up there in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. We want to give a shout out to them. Bomb Squad Racing, Drunken Cow Jerky. In fact, Drunken Cow Jerky is doing a special deal here tonight. Let me go ahead and throw it up here on the screen for you guys so you can see it. If you head over to drunkencowjerky.com and you place an order for some jerky, they've got 5 great flavors that you may have already heard or you'll see later in the commercial. But use the discount code WHITEBEAR and you will get 20% off of your order of $25 or more. And we want to give a shout out to the Heyman brothers, the founders and owners of Drunken Cow Jerky down there in Dallas, Texas. Milt, it looks like you're back in the booth with a fresh cold one. You see that this lead pack has caught those 2 cars, but they haven't been able to pass them yet.
Yeah, pretty much once you catch up, then it starts to push them too. So they kept their track position down low and defended, and they got that lap car there. He'd really like to get his lap back, but he would be the lucky dog if we get a caution.
Now, I know we just ran a commercial, and you're probably thinking, damn it, let me just watch the race. But here at Pony Express Broadcast Network, we are huge supporters of veterans, and we're closing in. We're just a couple laps away from
almost halfway point.
About to hit the midpoint of this race, and we always do a salute to our veterans at the midpoint of our shows. And so we're going to go ahead and while these guys
was a proud veteran, Navy. He was on a destroyer in Korea, and very proud of that, and definitely want to see this.
And so here you go. As we come to the halfway point, we're going to go ahead and roll this veteran salute for you. On behalf of Pony Express Broadcast Network, everybody in this race, and Milt in the booth with me, in honor of his father and everything, we want to thank all of the veterans from the past and the present.
Absolutely.
we're back right at the halfway point. Perfect timing.
Wow, that's awesome stuff. No wonder these guys want your broadcast so much. Yeah, it's just beautiful. God bless America. All I can say.
Absolutely. Thanks to, and there's veterans out here in this field. A lot of them, I can't even give you all the names, but thanks to all the veterans running in this race, all the veterans in the sim racing community, any veterans who might be watching this race from home. And speaking of my broadcast, Pony Express Broadcast Network, I'm going to give you just a quick rundown of what's next for me. Tonight is night number 7. We would have 8 shows in an 11-day span. Tonight is race number 7. The final and 8th event will be.
We got pit stops. Sorry to interrupt, but we got pit stops here.
And these must be some guys on a different strategy, because we definitely haven't gone 20 laps yet. But
we got a bunch of them here.
But anyways, next up for Pony Express Broadcast Network, you're going to see us Monday night over at RTG, Rolling Thunder Gaming. Those guys are going to be doing their off-season Christmas race, Aero 88. They're going to be running at the Michigan track that's covered in snow. And so join us Monday night for the RTG Christmas race.
Okay. Whoa, boy.
And here we go. We see half of that lead pack come in and make pit stops here, and everybody was able to get it in pretty clean. Some tires were locked up, and some people are probably gonna have to change some tires and possibly their drawers. We see the 096 coming in on this pit stop. The 096 took fuel only on that last stop, and that's how he was able to get out in the lead.
2 tires for BSR Vinny. He wanted to get that lap back tail end. Actually, wow, man, they were 3 wide coming out of the pit road. And they're still beating and banging, coming down. Oh, they're hitting each other, coming down into the turn 1 there. Pushes up to 14. And will he get a penalty? I don't think so. I think he's okay there. He's fighting like a big dog.
So here we go.
Great stuff right there, man.
Our second consecutive round of green flag pit stops.
This thing is everything it was advertised. The show, the tribute, and the racing. It's you got to watch this. We'll definitely be watching it. Probably tomorrow I'll be watching this again.
You're gonna have to put it up on that big screen, Milt.
Absolutely, yep. Because it's worth it.
So yeah, we see these guys getting things sorted back out after this second round of green flag pit stops. Right now, the 144 BSR Magoo is shown as the race leader. It looks like he's the only car who hasn't made a pit stop yet. And like we were saying, Monday night RTG Christmas race, we'll be bringing you that show live, and then we'll be shutting the booth down for the rest of the year. We will be returning. I'll be returning to the driver's seat the first week of January over at FSB. But I can tell you this much: Pony Express Broadcast Network, we're sponsoring a Sunday night dirt series over at RTG next season. And so January 8th.
I love the dirt.
January 8th, Sunday night, we'll be bringing you the season opener for that, in what is being hailed as the Larry Yeager Sr. Memorial Dirt Series, sponsored by Pony Express Broadcast Network, and we'll be bringing you the season opener on January 8th.
The one car there looks like he's got a tire down or something, and he is struggling to get going, and he's got a tire down on the ECT P Sindone. That thing was it's still wobbling, and what's he going to do here? That thing is almost out of control there.
And don't look now, but the 46 of Mike Scott is leading this pack of cars. We both said he's going to be there at the end.
Oh, that. What's the one going to do here? Not sure if what happened there. We weren't following him, but that car is struggling.
And here comes BSR Pockets in the 38 trying to, he's going to take the lead of that pack of cars there.
One's got to pit, son. Come on, you gotta stop, and he does not. He keeps going. That thing is wobbling like he's crapping peach seeds there. I don't know. He's hoping for a caution or something, but this can't be good for ECT Sindone. There he goes in the pit road. Oh, he's locking him up big time, locking him up, and that could be a penalty there. Didn't follow what happened if he locked him up and didn't get tires, or he's trying to run on fuel, but that's gonna put him a lap down. Slides into his pit stall and makes it. They're going to have to lift that car up. Definitely going to get 4 tires here for the one car.
And so here we go. This is the lead pack. We've got 9 cars in this lead pack. 16 cars still on the lead lap. We've done 2 rounds of green flag pit stops, and some people have had troubles with their stops, and that's why we've had a few people go down a lap or 2.
These paint jobs like his with these custom wheels, really cool. Stuff I haven't seen before.
And it looks like the 54 of BSR Momo and the 103 of BSR Nelly are leading this pack, this 9-car pack. And we see the 00 in there. BSR.
We see some smoke there.
BSRBs are 2 laps down, hoping. Oh, and the caution's out. Caution is out.
Romero, I think, has a problem. He's on pit road.
So another caution for debris.
That thing's on fire. Come on, son, get out of that thing. Thing's on fire.
So there you go. We've got a caution for debris. 85 laps to go, and we're gonna see 2 cars. I think BSR Vinny and BSR Tyler.
He's not getting out. He's not giving up.
They will be your lucky dogs.
No, there he is. 71 has retired.
So we're going to get a couple lucky dogs here and get a couple more cars back on this lead lap.
Oh, they're locking up under caution. Coming. Wow. That's crazy stuff there. You know, fatigue and focus concentration really gets... when you got to really suck it up here, man. That's running Indy 500s 4 times and was fortunate enough to win one at FSB. Very difficult to keep your mind together this whole process constantly. Anything can happen as we come down the pace car.
Now, Milt, we're going to try and get a very special guest up here in the booth with us right now. Let's see if we can get him here. And David Cannon, welcome to the Pony Express Broadcast Network booth. Paging Mr. David Cannon. Perhaps David has stepped away from his computer. We see that he is out of the race, and that's why I tried pulling him up here.
He's still in, so maybe he'll get this in a minute there. Got a copy there, David?
Alright, so no such luck with RTG owner David Cannon. We'll pull somebody else up here. I know who we'll talk to that we haven't talked to yet tonight.
Oh, Chevy Chase.
BSR Scar. BSR Scar, you are in the booth, Pony Express Broadcast Network booth. Me and Milt up here. You know, obviously we said you did all the graphics and commercial work here tonight. How's your race going out there? We see you're up there in the top 10.
It's going pretty good. I actually had a little damage there in that first incident. and wasn't sure how it was gonna run, but it looks like they got it hammered out, and I think I'm good. If I can just stay around some other cars, I think I'm gonna be in good shape. Got to stay in that draft, you know.
All right, and we know we saw the hood of your car, and we've seen all the graphics that you've done here tonight, and as well as the commercials, both of them a couple times. You also do all of the graphic work for Drunken Cow Jerky, all of their packaging and stuff, correct?
Yeah, I've actually been helping him out with the packaging, redesigning the labels. Of course, we did the Otis logo. He had a logo when we first started doing stuff for him, and he wanted to redo that. So got that all redone for him, and he loved it. So yeah, we're rolling right along with Drunken Cow Jerky. It's been fun.
And we've tried to ask all the BSR members that we've gotten up in the booth here with us tonight. What personally, what is your favorite Drunken Cow Jerky flavor?
My personal favorite is ghost pepper. That's what usually disappears the quickest around my house is the ghost pepper. Oh, but hey, it's all good. I mean, he's tweaking around on these recipes, and he's got this beer bacon where he's adding a little more bacon to it. It's got a little bit better bacon flavor. The beer bacon's awesome. The original is yeah, the original is just the go-to, man. I mean, that's like I said, it's all good. They crank out some good jerky at Drunken Cow Jerky, that's for sure.
Now let me ask you this: have you had their spices that they sell?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's something else that doesn't last long. I just got
I
some of
bet
the
you
ghost
that'd be
pepper
good
spice.
on a nice porterhouse steak, man.
Oh man, it's good on
Oh, my
anything.
gosh.
It's good on anything. It's good on fried eggs. It's good on baked potatoes. It's good on anything, man. And I tell you what, though, he came out with the ghost pepper spice where he ground up some of the ghost peppers in there with it. You better be careful with that. He told me, he said it's hot. And when I got it and tried it, I told him, I said, yeah, you're right. It's hot. It's almost too hot for me.
I've seen it. I have the regular spices, and so far I've only tried them on some eggs. I've seen where he's got the Heyman Brothers have the ghost spice now, and I'm really looking forward to trying that. I'm all about some spicy food.
Yeah, get you some of that. It's good. I am too. I love spicy food. Now it can get too spicy. I don't want to burn my taste buds off, but I like it. I like spicy food, and that ghost pepper spice is great. He's got that just about right.
Where are you from there, Scar?
I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay, so they love spicy food in Little
Oh yeah,
Rock.
man.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. That's right.
So your P5 here, you say you got a little bit of damage. You think you got something for these guys?
I think so. I mean, it's moving through the pack. So that's what we got to do. I think if we just stay out of trouble, it'll be all right. Looking forward to it.
All right, so that's BSR Scar, graphic rendering, in video. The guy behind the scenes here doing all the work and painting a lot of these cars.
Beautiful work. The cars are beautiful, and so is the graphics. Awesome stuff.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
All right, Scar. Good luck with the rest of your race.
Thanks, man.
And so the lights are out on that Dodge Charger pace car. We are going to go back to Green Flag Racing here on lap 107. So we've got about 81 laps to go here in this Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500. I'm sponsored by the Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera up there in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. This we didn't do a caution rewind on this caution here. This was just a debris caution. Once again, we saw, I think, the third motor of the night let go, and these, as we're closing in and we're past the halfway point, and these guys are starting to try and move up to the front or keep up with that lead pack there. You see people slapping a piece of tape or maybe two pieces of tape on that front of the car, and some of these guys are just getting a little bit too warm and the engines can't handle it.
Well, that's the great thing about these open setups, but they're drivable too. And they provide a base setup that's beyond the I mean, it's not like these they're the haves and have-nots. You guys get got something to work with here, and then they got to decide whether or not they want to tweak on it and get dangerous.
And here we go. The 096 is your race leader. The one car, Pete Sindone, he is tail into the lead lap. Or no, he's actually one lap down. So he's just trying to stay up there in the front there and hopefully catch a lucky dog and get back on the lead lap.
Larry Yeager Jr. just with that American flag car, bitch and paint job, just now getting back on track. He's going to be hurting as these guys are already going green. He could be lapped down real quick here. He probably already is. Gotta fight the good fight, I mean, these guys aren't going to give up, and in tribute to Richard's son, and their fellow teammates, don't give up. Like my dad's motto was the Donkey Bob, which meant to him, don't give up, But he is back on pit road. There's still more work for the 65. Could be the end here. We'll see as we go green.
And so we talked to BSR Scar there. Like we said, he does, a lot of these. Oh, another car blown up. That's the 049 BSR Tyler. His motor just let go. It looks like he was able to get off the track. And as of right now, it looks like we're going to stay green.
Oh, man, right there in the group, too. Great job to get down low there. And also the 22 was able to get out of the way there.
And now they are
and
radioing.
The caution is out.
They are radioing us. There is some oil on the track, and so this will be our fourth caution for debris tonight. Just like I said, a lot of these motors giving up. It's 500 miles at Talladega. That's a lot of stress.
Yeah, and especially the tape they're running standard. If you're like at FSB, when you run a fixed setup, they don't have it dialed at 70 or 75. Even 70 is, probably 70, 200 degrees. But these guys running 220 here. Well, we shall see. Some of that could be, previous damage too, as time has went on here. Now you gotta bring out your calculator here, Roger Penske, and start thinking about numbers, and you gotta start to crunch here. As this thing, you gotta work backwards from 188. We're at 81 right now, and now you gotta start thinking about the math. You have to prepare for green flag and then deal with yellow flag.
Hear me?
And we're joined in the booth by BSR Pockets. Real quick, I know we already talked to you tonight, Pockets. Who would you recommend that we pull in the booth up here? We've talked to Beezer, we've talked to Donnie Garrett, we've talked to RJ Rusty, we've talked to Scar.
David Cannon's not here, is he?
No,
we tried to get it. We tried to get him up here.
We tried pulling David Cannon in here. I don't think he's at his computer.
All right, I suggest pull in the 201 driver of the Drunken Cow Jerky original car. Great driver, great clean driver. Pull him in here and see what he's got to say. He's always a contender anywhere we race. He's always a front runner, one of the best clean, pure super speedway and all around racers I've ever raced with.
All
Well,
right, let's.
you should be proud because this whole show and the driving I'm seeing tonight is professional racing at its best. There, got a
Hey, I
great
appreciate
show
that.
here, dude.
Yeah, we've had some attrition here, blown motors and stuff like that, but you'll have that in a 500-mile race,
Absolutely, yeah.
And not just a few cautions there in the beginning, but this is super speedway racing. I tell people all the time, if first mistake at super speedway racing you make is coming into it thinking there ain't going to be any cautions, because you got to be prepared for it. So it's
Hey,
gonna happen.
BSR Texan, this is Mark and Milt up in the Pony Express booth. Pockets told us we should pull you up here and get a word from you. You've been up there in the front most of the night. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you.
How's that original Drunken Jerky car doing?
So far, it's doing good. Temperatures are down, nice and cool, running nice and smooth. Just trying to keep it up here, somewhere close in the top 10. Usually when the accidents happen, they're going to happen toward the mid-pack. I think if I can stay towards the front most of the night, I'll still be here at the end.
Well, we've been talking about that all night. We've seen the blown motors, and of course these are pro open setups, and everybody's pushing the limit. We've seen you kind of run around P15 or so to P10, and yourself right around that top 10. You're probably running. So you're talking about running maybe about 70 tape. Maybe they're keeping those temps down and trying to get to the end. Might you bump that up at the end when it's go time?
Oh, definitely. Depending on how many laps there are after the last pit stop, if we don't get a late caution, 75. If you're in the front, you could probably get away with a whole fuel run with 75 tape. But if you're behind anybody for any number of laps, if there's maybe 15 to go or less, I'll probably bump it to 75. A lot of guys probably will.
Now that first round of green flag pit stops that we saw you in BSR Chevy Chase. You guys were just gone. Amazing pit stops.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
that was a great pit stop, and it took the guys behind us, I guess, a while to get lined up, and we were able to maintain that lead for quite a while.
Oh, being that said, obviously, I think you're looking good if you can get a green flag stop here. This could separate you again with that great stop, because that could separate the men from the boys here. And this could smell, unless we get some more motor failures, this could smell that you might have to execute on that. You ready?
Yeah, that's actually what we're hoping for here. Is maybe 2 rounds of green flag pit stops to really separate people out, and we can still be in that front pack after 2 good rounds of green flag stops. I think we'll be good to go.
Well, and it's been tough here tonight. No fault to the drivers. I want to say I want to say 4 of these cautions have been for debris, and so that's just how it goes when you come out here and try to run 500 miles.
Yeah, with a long race like this, even 70 tape, depending on what type of gear ratio guys are running, 70 tape can get a little hot. When you got to run it that long. I think that's why we're seeing so many motors expire.
Now, when you in BSR Chevy Chase were on that breakaway and you guys were out there going, I mean, you were tucked up underneath him. Did you get a little warm at all, or?
No, actually, I was keeping a good eye on my temperatures, and my water is good. I'm just barely above 200 water, and my oil is about 180. Yep. So I'm pretty good.
Yep.
All right. Well, the lights are out on the pace car, and we appreciate you, giving us some insight into how things are going out there.
Good luck, man. Go get them.
Thanks a lot, guys. We appreciate you. And by the way, I'd like to give a shout out to our buddy RJ Rusty. It's an honor to be here racing this memorial for his father, and good luck to everybody.
All right. Thank you, and good luck with the rest of your race.
Well, you see that sentiment and the fellowship, like were talking about earlier in sim racing and the community and with the leagues. You develop friendships. You have to be able to race with each other night after night, beat and bang, and win and lose. Uh, Makes fellowship, respect, and skill, and love for each other. Definitely.
And we're back.
But you still want to whip each other's butt. That's for sure.
We had some lucky dogs, and so that's going to allow. It looks like we're going to have 16 cars on the lead lap. We do see the 00, the 710. They're a lap down. Your actual race leader is that 41 car ECT spoiler, and then 54 starting on the outside of him. Those are actually your front two. So the 00 and the 710. They are a lap down, and they're just trying to position themselves to regain the lead lap.
Well, you see the skill level of these guys are as good as it gets right here, and you're going to get a show here. When it comes down to it, we're going to be yelling and screaming because it's going to be good. Lap 112 of 188. That would be
65 laps to go.
65 laps to go.
Excuse me, 75. Yeah, Milt was right. I don't listen to me.
Yeah, so 75. So, when you break that down, at 18, still on a 3 stop strategy here.
Yeah, so like we heard that 201 car, the BSR Texan saying, he would like to see the rest of this race go green and get some green flags, some more green flag stops. We've already had several. We'd like to get a couple more, and because he knows how well he's pitting tonight, and he would like to get a chance to pull away from some of these guys again. It's the 46, Mike Scott hooking up with his fellow ECT member in the 41 there and trying to pull out front. But here comes the 201 of BSR Texan leading that low line, trying to regain the race lead.
There that 46 is.
We saw BSR Beezer trying to stay in front of the 41 and just wasn't able to do it.
Maybe next time if we get a caution, we get that 46 up here.
Well, now we see the 201 move up high, and he's going to work with fellow BSR driver Ben Beezer.
Well, as this thing narrows down, you might start to see some team stuff right now. It's a little bump there going into the corner.
And we're going to go ahead and run this Drunken Cow Jerky commercial for you one more time. Keep your eye up in the top left side. Oh, no, we're not. We are staying right here.
We got a huge one.
Oh, man, that just took out everybody except for the top three.
Well, that's what you want to see in the top 3, but a couple other cars might have got out of that, but that is a huge one. We got flipping and banging here.
That just took out that whole pack of cars.
Very unusual on the straightaway there, but that's how difficult it is and how quickly it happens.
And so
Take a look at that.
We'll head over to the caution rewind screen here.
And our buddy Mike there has dodged another bullet. Track position is huge. Bomb Squad Racing. DrunkenCowJerky.com. Pharmacy and Camera, Medicine Chest.
And here we go, taking another look at what happens here. I can't even tell what happened there. It looked like, a tire went down on the 00 and he just turned sideways. I didn't see any contact. That was very random.
He might have got in the back of the leader, and it may have spun him sideways. Definitely didn't get hit from the rear, but carnage ensues.
See if we can get a different view of that, because that was very odd from that angle. Here we go, looking at the 00. Yeah, it looks like he just bumper hooked the 41 car, the leader. And
that will spin you out. Especially if you're getting off the gas at the same time. Oh my gosh. And it flipped him over. Oh, that's serious carnage.
Take another look at it here.
Like Pocket said, that's the super speedway racing. That's how fast it happens.
So the 14 was on his roof.
They're like, what? What just happened?
Looks like the 83 of BSR Scar was able to get through there. Let's take a ride with BSR Scar as he tries to navigate through there.
They say there's a skill to that, but there's also a lot of luck. But I mean, you got one move. You brake, you lift at 200 miles an hour. You don't have much you can do. That make one move. Okay, here we go. Watching it delayed, so. And
riding along with BSR Scar, we see he did not get through this. He's going to have some heavy nose damage for the 83 car.
Yeah, bam, bam, bam.
So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get another driver up here in the booth.
Got that 46 car. He's sitting in, where is he now? He's in P4. Did he get caught up in that?
Larry Yeager, you're up in the booth with Mark and Mill, Pony Express Broadcast Network. We see you're a couple laps down and you had some bad luck earlier on, but you're still out there turning laps. How's your race been going?
Sluggish, like my motor, but it's hanging in there. Doing what we can do, pick off where we can.
As the attrition rate continues to climb, that was a huge wreck there. That's going to take some cars out, and so you continue to climb up through the field.
Yep, I'm determined to make it to the end. Just hope the motor holds together that long.
Now, Larry, we about a week ago we did a memorial race for your father, and so you just like BSR RJ Rusty doing a memorial race for his father tonight. You know what it's like to lose your father and to turn to the sim racing community for support.
Yeah, and it's really good what RJ's doing here for his dad. I truly respect him being in the position that he's in and doing all that he's doing for his dad.
And I think if I learned anything from doing the Larry Yeager Senior Memorial Race, and Milt can probably contest to this as well, but one of the things that you said during that memorial race was, to really cherish the relationship that you have with your parents, because you don't know when they'll be gone.
That's correct. Yep. You never know when they're going to go. Every day is special, and you need to treat it as such.
Yeah, but personally speaking to myself, same thing, being in the community for a long time. When my dad died, and I reached out to my sim racing buddies, got back on the track, and hung out and got support. it's the community is huge, and it's definitely I mean you got to do something to you get your mind off it a little bit. We lost a good friend this year in our league, Mike Baker, and his son came out and proceeded to kick our asses for a few races. Then he kind of stepped back. It kind of hit him, because the racing started to remind him of his dad, But we'll be there for him when he comes back. But it's a huge support system when you realize how long you've do this stuff. It's definitely got to keep going on, but that's great stuff, Larry.
Yeah, Templar. I happen to personally know Mike Baker.
Yeah,
I hear all that. Yep.
yeah, he's an awesome guy, and yep.
I ran elite with him.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, he was a.
Admin spot with.
Yeah, he was.
We used to call him Pops.
Yep, he was an awesome individual and a great. I mean, he was an innovative, technical guy. One of the guys that made sim racing and sim servers the way they are today wouldn't be wasn't for Mike Baker. Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Larry. And, we're sorry about your luck tonight, but Milt loves your paint scheme.
Oh, I love that American flag, dude.
That,
Fight the good fight, bro.
Yeah, that was my dad's. He was a true patriot in and out, and I painted a whole collection of red, white, and blue schemes for him that I'm now running in his honor.
Absolutely.
All right, Larry. Thanks for joining us, and good luck with the rest of your race.
Good luck, Larry. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Well, it just shows you the community, how it goes and how we roll.
And here we go. Look out. BSR Pockets, the guy putting the show on, and the 46, Mike Scott, two very big names in this race. They're going to lead us back to green.
Absolutely. Pockets, he had a little buzz, I think, last night we were practicing, and he was all excited about this race. But you hear him tonight, he's all business, and he has raced a smart race to get to this point. Stayed in the back, kind of ran. He's got a good shot at winning this race. There's some studs up there. Let's get to going here. Up to see if the 68 behind him has damage. 22, he's looking pretty good here, so he could be a factor.
So far, Pockets holding steady on that outside line. The 46, Mike Scott, trying to side draft a little there, pushes up the track. The 68, Brian Boyles, he was involved in the first caution of the night, the first blown motor of the night. He got caught up by the car trying to get off the track, and it's great to see that 68 original jerky, drunken cow jerky Ford Fusion is still in this race.
Hell in there, man. Dodge some bullets. This is sticker picker time right here, man. This is when your foot starts to shake. Me, when I'm driving, maybe at the beginning of the race, and then when it's money time, if I said I wasn't nervous, I'd be lying,
And we see BSR Bubba down there taking this 3 wide.
Oh boy, Mike gets a little bit high there, but all good.
We're 3 wide for 10th place.
Look, if this stuff doesn't get you excited, then you should be doing something else, because that's why these guys roll like this. That's why they show up every night and run. This is great stuff. Get some. Come on. Money time.
Looks like we've got about...
Show me the money, Jerry.
We've got about 14 leaders in this pack still, with 64 laps to go. 66 laps to go.
Rick Craddock. Been up there all night. Nose to tail. 510 of BSR Steven very quiet. I don't even think we mentioned him yet. Always been around there. That Miller Lite paint job. It's Ozzy Bill too. I mentioned him earlier, but he's been chilling like a villain. Dome too with some damage there and a flat tire down. He is a lap down, so he's definitely gonna try to get that lap back.
All right, now
The car is still good.
we were about to run that Drunken Cow Jerky commercial again for you when that last caution came out, but we're gonna go ahead and run it for you now.
Made with the freshest ingredients from local growers, it's Heyman's Drunken Cow Jerky, delivering 5 flavors of whiskey soaked steak jerky made in the heart of Dallas, Texas. Choose from original, which is with a dusting of coarse black pepper, or hot, for that Mexican food hot flavor. Teriyaki, an original twist with a hint of sweet. And for those who have an adventuresome palate, try ghost pepper. Made with the Indian Bhujulakia pepper, this is the hottest Drunken Cow Jerky available. Can't forget about beer bacon, where we hold the whiskey and soak it in Shiner Bock beer and add fresh cooked crumbled bacon. Use the code WHITEBEAR to receive 20% off orders of $25 or more. Go to drunkencowjerky.com and place your order today.
And there you go, drunkencowjerky.com. Like we said earlier, be sure to head over to their website, put in your order, use the code WHITEBEAR, and you will get 20% off any order over $25. Speaking of Drunken Cow Jerky, we see BSR Pockets in the 38 car leading this race. He does have that Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500 paint scheme going on tonight, but normally you will see the 38 car painted all up in the hot flavored Drunken Cow Jerky paint scheme. We are here at Talladega. We are on lap 126 of 188. BSR Pockets is our leader. They're all running single file right now. The 14 car lead pack. We do have 2 other cars on the lead lap, but they're about 5 seconds back. So with 60 laps to go here in the first annual Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500, still 14 cars with a strong shot at, they're going to bring home a t-shirt. They're going to bring home all 5 flavors of Drunken Cow Jerky. They're going to bring home a 46-pound concrete polar bear. They're going to bring home a 50% off broadcast coupon from Pony Express Broadcast Network. And it's not just the winner. I mean these guys, I've seen the prize list. I should have had it in front of me. I don't. Unfortunately, I had to use it to start a fire here in my garage because it's about -5 degrees.
Oh my gosh!
But there over $1,000 of prizes, go into these drivers tonight. Every driver that started this race is getting a T-shirt, as well as Milt Minter Jr. up here in the booth.
I can't wait.
He's out there
baby.
out there in California. He's probably the only one who can wear a T-shirt right now.
Yeah, no kidding. It will actually get just below freezing here. Boo-hoo for us compared to you guys. 31 degrees is nothing compared to -5. Hey, these guys in the back here, some of them have damage here. We're looking at Ozzy Bill and BSR Nelly and BSR Magoo. They're still trying to hang on to this thing. They need some help here, though. They're all probably sporting a little bit of damage here. Hard to tell with all these cars. We haven't been able to keep up with everything. Wings, he was up there leading at first, but are leading through the middle there, and Texan, they're definitely on the lead lap, and need something to happen here, probably to make something happen. Mike Scott been there all night, patient. When is he gonna make a move there, or is he just gonna keep doing what he's doing, chilling, and let it come to him? That's probably what he needs to do.
And we're following the 46 Subaru of Mike Scott right now. The only Subaru in the field, Milt.
Subaru, that's the kind of car you want your daughter to drive, safe, and of course all these great paint jobs and all this, this is outstanding field, outstanding driving, and outstanding paint. Rick Craddock has got something to say here, though. I got some business to take care of, boss, and I'm all over your butt right now. I want to win this race.
Speaking of daughters, I know you have one. You want to give a shout out to yours?
Oh yeah, JessicaMinner.com, fashion model in LA. She's been in some movies and some TV shows, and continue to work in her craft. Very proud of her. Tough chick. She got robbed last week. She went after this little guy with a crowbar, but unfortunately he was long gone. But definitely so proud of her. But you take a look, JessicaMinner.com, or Google Jessica Minner. You can see our wonderful, beautiful daughter. We're so proud of her, and works hard in that modeling business. Very, very tough.
Awesome stuff. Me, my son's he'll be 10 months next week, and so I'm really looking forward to, as he gets older, and the parent-child bond strengthens.
Absolutely, yeah. Cherish him. All the stuff I watch on Facebook. I mean, you cover every move of. He looks so cherished and loved. It's all a parent can do, and you try to tell them, what you did wrong, and hope they don't do the same. And it's the best you can do, and love them, and support them,
Well, that's what's funny about my son, and it's tough for my wife. My son, he's not a cuddler. You know how Mama Bear wants to cuddle with the baby bear, but he does not. He does not like cuddling. He's a shaker and a mover, and he wants to go, and he doesn't want you to hold him. Well, today we were watching Winnie the Pooh, and I had him in a bear hug.
Oh.
And next thing I know, I look down and he's passed out sleeping, and so that's about the closest to cuddling anybody's ever done with him.
Bear hugging a bear, and they change constantly. I mean, one minute they're doing something, and all of a sudden you think, man, I wish they would, wish he would do something, and then all of a sudden they just do something different. I mean, it's constant. There is no greater reward in your life than to be a parent and to see them succeed, or try to succeed, and do everything you can to support them. With all your faults in life, and I've had many of them, I've been up and down in life. I definitely, I'm so blessed, and also so amazed sometimes. But I guess sometimes, a little joke I like to say is, 2 minuses make a plus. Me and my wife always joke about that. I mean, maybe what we've done is bigger than both of us. Just like this race tonight. I mean, it's events and things sometimes are bigger than you. It's not about whether you win this race. It's about why we ran this race for Richard Sundt and for his son. When you do stuff like that and you're a part of it, it's bigger than everybody. But then again, you're a part of that, and gives you a great feeling, you know.
You know,
And these guys are
speaking
getting
of,
ready to pit here. I think they're getting ready to pit. We got on the scanner. No, not yet. Not yet.
speaking of
Sorry.
Richard Sundt, you know, we saw him there going another lap down in the 2. He's got a very damaged car. That's BSR RJ Rusty.
But he's not giving up, man.
Whose father was Richard Sundt, and yeah, he's out there 7 laps down, but still running this race because
That's what I would do, man.
This race is in honor of his dad, and he's gonna drive that car until he can't no more.
Yeah, and it's funny, you know, when my dad died and I ran races, it was like, you know, the guys, it was just being a part of it, just being out there driving and interacting with your friends and feeling that support. It's so huge, you know, and you never forget that. Never forget it. Looking at scanner, we got pit stops here. Pit. They're all pitting here. At least what I can see, 510, 38. Money time, get some.
Here we go, 52 laps to go, and we're gonna see our leaders make some green flag pit stops.
Look, folks, pit stops are about repetition, practice. These guys all practice. You got a viewpoint. You look at a marker or something. And as we go on that pit road, look at this professional racing right here. Look at that. It's
looks like
unbelievable.
Looks like the one car, Pete Sindone, spun out.
Beat a lap down, but the leaders all go in hard. Pockets delivering the goods there in the lead. He's pitted back here, so he's got to execute here, and he's going to have to come out. We got cars driving through and exiting. What the heck is up with that?
Well, perhaps since the caution came out, they decided that they were gonna
stay
out.
The caution is out. That could work well for Pockets though, because he could still be on the lead lap, and once they pit, he should recycle here. He's okay, I think here.
Now let me tell you, in my unprofessional opinion, the drivers.
No, you're a hell of a speedway driver. You got a professional opinion, that's for sure.
Well, it's probably the only championship I'll ever get. But anyways, these the drivers who were on pit road when that caution came out and decided to just drive through pit road and not make their stop.
That's a smart move.
No, I'm gonna have to disagree. Because you saw Pockets, right? Pockets made his stop. Now, even though the caution came out, now we're under caution.
They're gonna. That's like I said.
Now they gotta go back down. They gotta go
down.
down. They gotta go back down pit road and pit again.
Right,
Whereas
yeah.
Pockets, he got his fuel and tires, and so he's gonna come right back out in the lead. And so I don't know why those people who were on pit road did not complete their stop. You know, perhaps. You know, I'm sure they have a valid reason that we don't know
it's
what
like
it is.
It's an instant response. And what do I do? What do I do? Just like I called it. Pockets did the right thing. Then fortunately, a lot of the wins I got, I had people in my ear telling me, don't do that. So you're absolutely right. Yep.
And we're heading to the caution rewind screen here real quick. We're going to see if we can see what happens to the one car that brings out this caution.
Boy, this stuff is hard, folks. I mean, and you're tired. It's a long race. You still got 50 laps to go. Still got like 3 stops, and you make a move, and you're gonna have to live with it. Well, if anybody tells you that stock car racing is easy, they're full of it, because it ain't. There's so much involved to this, and now, well, let's see how this sorts out.
And here we go. It looks like Pete Sindone just got loose trying to slow down for pit road, and it shot his car back up on the track, and that brought the caution out. No contact with any other cars, just a little bit of contact with the wall there.
maybe a little too much rear brake, or he already probably had a little damage because he was not really a little too hard on the brakes. Yeah, getting a 3,500-pound sim car down to 55 miles an hour from near 200, it ain't easy, folks.
See if we can get this. See if we can get somebody new in the booth up here.
Let's get the 46 up here. See if we can get him. Got somebody else in mind.
Hey, Mike Scott, this is Mark and Milt up in the Pony Express booth. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I got you, tenfold.
Hey, Mike. Milt wanted me to pull you up here tonight. You know, you've been very fast tonight. We've seen you out front all night, and me and Milt, you're actually our pick to win this race. And so Milt wanted me to get you up here and have a word with you.
Well, dude, I mean,
did you say y'all picked me to win?
Yes, we did.
Oh, I'm jinxed now. No.
Well, we raced against each other for years, and I always had the ultimate respect. And I know all facets of racing, short track and everything. You're a stud, and you've just been playing it perfect here. Now, as you move forward here, I guess it's going to be more of the same here. But I just wanted to say hi, you know.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's this Subaru. If you notice, I got a Subaru here, and it's doing really good. And I like to thank all the people that put on this race, and RJ and Pockets and BSR for inviting me. And Milt, yes, we do got something in common. It's called real racing. I do a lot of super late model spotting. I've been NASCAR. I've been all over the place spotting. Yeah. And I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed racing with you, Milt, and everything. And I like to thank everybody for doing this race. And I want to tell Mark, yes, thank you for your service from one vet to another.
And thank you for your support as well as your service.
Your service, yeah.
So,
but
Mike,
you got something for these guys, man, or what?
Well,
make us look smart, man.
Well, the only problem is I ain't got no teammates left.
Well,
that's the big part about it. You know, it's I got Spoiler back here, but he's got to get to me. It's you gotta have help. If you ain't got help, you ain't going nowhere.
Speaking of teammates, we saw you and Spoiler and Pete Sindone. We saw as well as Diesel. We saw the four of you ECG drivers. You guys were really dominating the beginning of this race.
Well, yes, we've all raced together for a while, and a lot of people, they don't understand how four of us can be so fast. But if they go back and look at their replays, I'll give them a little hint. It's all about the way you draft.
All right.
So we've been talking about tape, and you run 70 or 75, bro.
I can't give away my secrets.
Can't give away.
I can't give away my secrets, but you'll be able to tell when I do put something on there.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks to Mike Scott and the 46 car, and giving us a little inside take on how you got to work with your teammates. And Mike, good luck with the rest of your race.
Good luck, Mike. Get 'em.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you, Milt. You guys do an outstanding job. And again, I want to thank BSR. I want to thank Rusty. I enjoy racing with these guys. I've raced with all of them for years and years and years. And my saying is always, if you want some of this old man, come get some.
Yeah.
There you go. Good luck, Mike.
Well, you see why I love this guy, man. He's just always a fine gentleman and a fine racer, and he's got skill. So stay tuned, folks.
And here we go. Lights are off. The Dodge Charger pace car pulls off, heads down pit road. We're going to go back to green flag racing. We've got a new leader. The 144 BSR Magoo is your race leader, and ECT Spoiler in the 41 will be starting on the inside. He is P2.
Yeah, it's time to get excited now. 48 to go. Bill, 2 stops. And make it on 1. Gonna do.
The 144, I'm not sure what happened there. He might have lost a gear or missed a
Might
shift.
have lost the gear, yep.
But the 144 just pulls out of the way and drops to the back of this pack. The 41 is going to lead that low line. The 22
Good move
Rick,
by him, though. Very classy move.
22 Rick Craddock leading the high side, and now we see the 41 move up. So that's going to let the 49 of BSR Brain Fade.
Come on, Rick.
Take the reins on this low line. You know, Rick is, Spoiler in the 41. He's trying to get hooked up with the 46, and there you go, the 22 Rick Craddock.
Oh boy, he's taking a look there.
The 22 Rick Craddock shoots low. That's going to allow the 46 and the 41, the ECT teammates, to hook up, though.
And I mean, that's why we do this stuff, man. Look at this, man. I mean, it is not easy. It is not given. You got to earn it, man. You got to work it. That's why we do it. You know? Get some.
And here we go. We see those ECT drivers have hooked up on the high side, and they are going.
ESR Steven back in that 510 car. He's feeling like a villain too. He's just been very quiet and running his race, you know, like the movie Secretariat. Just run your race. The fact that these guys can adjust and change stuff it makes it interesting. Makes it. Don't really know. Mike keeping to his best there, right there, which is hard pull. Heck no, I ain't giving you my secrets.
And here we go. We've got a 16 car pack. A 16 car pack, all within 9/10 of a second.
How about that? It's
41 ECT Spoiler, still your race leader. ECT Mike Scott pushing, followed by the 096 BSR Chevy Chase.
Yeah, Chevy Chase here, Chevrolet, obviously. Let's get some. This dude is also been right there. The pro level of these drivers here, and you're seeing some fantastic racing. Maybe we get a little in-car, about 3-4 cars back, and let the folks see what it's like to follow these guys and what view you have.
And here you go. We're riding along in the number 68 Drunken Cow Jerky car of Brian Boyles, and he's right there in the middle of that 2-wide pack.
Well, that's what I'm talking about here. You get down here, get in this. This is your vision right here. You got cars all around you. That thing is wide open down the straightaway. $7,000 inside out. You're watching constantly. Not much to look at here, folks. You gotta hit your marks. You got a little view. You know, obviously some of these guys are running roof cam or whatever, and that gives them advantages in certain areas. And they're obviously used to that. The great Matt Watkins, it's the greatest probably of all time. I call him the GOAT in our league. He runs that view or switches back and forth. That's totally, you know, me, I run this is my view. This is what I see. So
Now, Milt, I know you have the broadcast on a separate screen. I've got to go ahead and show you the hood of BSR Momo's car here, and that is the beer bacon, man. I'm telling you, you're gonna have to order you some beer bacon.
Well, I mean, I like that beer cheese, a Carl's Jr. cheeseburger, and that's the shizzle right there. So this beer bacon stuff's got to get some. I want to know on that what teeth I got left.
The 4146 ECT spoiler and Mike Scott still leading this race. 096 still pushing 510. BSR Steven 103 BSR Nelly. These guys still single file up there on the high side, the front five. But you still got the 22 car down low. Rick Craddock trying to lead that low line back up to the front.
All good. BSR Bubba P9 there also. So much has gone on. We don't really know exactly. Some of these guys have damage when we bring them up. They've got some with the moderate damage, which I really like for this type of event like this. Gives these guys still a chance to run, and with a little bit of cosmetic, get that thing banged out, and they still got a piece that can race. But we'll have to see who the haves are and who the have-nots are.
I gotta tell you, 38 cars, 100% Talladega race, and we've only had about 4 wrecks this whole damn race. We've had four cautions for debris,
absolutely.
But we've only had 4 wrecks, and we've only got 40 laps left in this show. And I mean, these guys, you're not gonna find better racers anywhere than you are over here at BSR, ECT, and RTG. The 3 leagues that are making up this field.
Absolutely, this is professional sim racing at all.
Really clean as look at that.
We're on the track and
we're 3 wide here at Talladega.
Guys, but it wasn't like this. It was just 4 or 5 of us. These guys, obviously, it was nice to get on the track there and just show them at least I could roll a little bit, But what they're doing right here, this is how it's done right here.
We are 3 wide for the top 6.
It's going to come down to a crescendo. It's going to come down to a point here. This is all about the win here, really. There's no points involved. All about the win. The race to win this race is a tribute to Richard and his son, and that's what it's about. The show and the whole thing leading up to it. Let's get some. And, these guys are going to watch this broadcast along with the fans in the sim racing community, and they're going to understand, like you and I do as drivers and broadcasters, of what it takes and what it's about, and how fun this is and how intense it is. That's why they do it.
Oh, man, look how close the 68 and the 103 are. I don't know how they're not touching. The 68 does not want to give up that draft, but the 103 has the position, and so the 68's got to move down to the low side.
Look at these lap cars getting out of the way professionally. Their cars are beat up. They're trying to make laps, but they get way out of the way. This is totally as good as it gets. You and I were talking the other day about how we were going to fill 500 miles and 4 hours, and neither one of us has stopped talking this entire time. So I think we filled it pretty good. Along with this action, we pretty much just got to call what we're seeing.
Oh, this race has been extremely entertaining. It's been an amazing race,
Absolutely.
and so it makes our job so much easier when the race goes this good.
It's on the
Oh man,
the
these guys are getting close.
The bottom. Now it's time to start to think about being the cutthroat. Now you got to start thinking about, okay, you got a pit stop coming up here. You got to start working that bottom line. You got to friends, forget it. Of course, teammates, if you can hook up, then you want to all do the same thing. Try to work together. But now it's dog eat dog here, and you'll chew your hind leg off to get in the right position here to make this pit stop that's coming up. Not yet, but it's coming. Unfortunately, I didn't pay attention to when we last pitted, so I'm gonna have to watch that scanner and see when it's gonna happen.
It was lap about 142. We had about 48 laps to go when we resumed racing.
So we're about 11. We know we got still 2 stops here. Fantastic.
Got about 35 laps to go. These guys are now within the window that they can make it. If they pit now, they would still have to pit one more time. And so we'll see what happens here.
Well, obviously, I've never done anything for real, but the sim racing wins some of the big ones. I mean, there's nothing like getting a chance to win a race like this with this great competition, and when you have the respect, when you respect these drivers like you do, and you're a part of it, you're in the middle of it. This is so intense and so focused. And we got BSR Beezer up here in the booth. What's up, man?
Hey, Milt, Mark, joining you after feverishly trying to repair the 00 car to no avail. Thought I'd stop in and say hello. If I could lend you a hand if you need to go up and get a drink or a bathroom break here.
Oh, why don't you hang out and call this thing with us to the end?
Well, since I was in the pits for 10 or 15 laps there, I know the racing is maintained its level of intensity, if not picked up, as we're down to the waning laps here of this 500-mile event.
Things are getting very intense up front right now.
Hang out with us, man.
Yeah, and just so you know, the lap situation, why we were starting there, the laps with the double file restarts and they're not being wave around, it's basically impossible to get laps back tonight without being hyper aggressive, and unfortunately the driver of the 41, Greg Trogdon, and I had a little bit of a disagreement on running room there, and that's what happened there. But that's racing, it happens, and we'll move on. But man, can you believe we are down to less than a handful of laps here in this, and look at them go. They are getting after it.
You know, speaking of your wreck, it looked like you had a hell of a ride there. I believe you went up on the roof. Did they check you out at the infield care center?
Yeah, I got a little bit of a hurt feeling and some embarrassment. You never want to be the guard 2 laps down and end up crashing the whole dang field there. But it's nothing that 2 Tylenol and a couple of beers can't fix, and we'll
absolutely, yeah. If you race sim race long enough, it's going to happen. It might happen again.
Being a couple of laps down, there's really no hope. But want to just be here to pay tribute to Mr. Sundt and RJ and the gang here with this race. So who are we following now? What are we following? Let's
right now we see Brian Voiles and Momo right there. They're too wide. And, we're making pit stops. Green flag stops are underway, and we're wrecking. Brain fade sideways.
Oh shoot! We got tires down.
Wings is sideways, but everybody. 41 and 46, the 2 ECT drivers get together.
Can you get on the live feed and watch, even though you be a few seconds behind?
I'm there.
Okay, right on.
Lots of
hang out with us.
Lots of contact between a few different cars there trying to get on pit road. We are still under green though. Nobody wrecked on the track. Just a lot of pit road incidents.
Rick Craddock in this stall. This guy's been patient the whole race. 4 tires for the 22. I don't know, man.
So to give you a
Unless he
little,
burned them a little
I'll
bit.
tell you, Rick Craddock is he's been taking 4 tires all night tonight, and that's not been by choice. He decided to go to a new wireless keyboard this evening before the race, and something with the connection in that wireless keyboard has eliminated the use of his function key, so he's not able to unselect tires, which is why he's been taking.
Oh my gosh! Okay.
Which is just terrible, terrible luck. But quite honestly, I don't know why you would switch keyboards right before a 500 miler. So he'll learn from that lesson.
Absolutely. Well, that's all the technical stuff that is involved in sim racing. Absolutely.
And we're watching BSR Chevy Chase. Now, Beezer, I know you know Chevy, and Chevy has been killing these green flag pit stops tonight.
Yeah, Chevy is a hot pitter extraordinaire. I know him personally. We've met. He lives on the West Coast, and first a great guy, terribly hilarious sense of humor, but he is as stout a super speedway racer as you're going to find. He is aggressive when it's warranted. He knows how to take his time, and he can hot pit like a mofo. And you've been seeing that action live tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, him and Texan have just been nailing these pit stops.
Well, that's what it boils down to when it's money time. Is that being able to drive it in there hard and nail it and under green flag, and that's the guys that are good at it look forward to it. The guys that aren't are scared of it, you know. But this pro league here with these drivers, I don't see nobody scared here. They're battling.
Well, and two, one thing about this league, Bomb Squad Racing, is that we use open setups. So every driver is using a different setup. There's some setup sharing going on, but it's up to their own choice to create a setup which they feel comfortable with, are able to brake aggressively if they're hot pitting, if they like it loose in the low side or not. So to each their own, and that's why you'll see, some guys a little bit more aggressive in the pits than not. But I'm looking here at Momo and Nelly here out in the front, and they are locked together.
Come on, Mike.
Yeah, but Chevy's got their draft, and he's coming.
Mike Scott hasn't pit yet, and or he has pit, and there's a couple cars that haven't pit here.
Mike Scott had he was involved in some heavy contact on pit entry.
Oh no.
So here we go. We
did jinx him. Speaking of beer, I'm gonna get that beer. I'll be right back.
It looks like we now have a 3-car BSR breakaway. 4th place is 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, looking at there must be 35 to 45 car lengths behind. Brian Voiles, Texan, Steven, and Scar bringing up that second pat. They're lined up head to toe nicely as well. Mike Scott, though, does seem to have a little bit of damage on that Subaru car he's driving tonight. But if they can lock up, they should be able to reel them in slowly but surely.
We were looking at that earlier. I think that's the only Subaru in the field. And Mike Scott was actually, me and Milt both picked him to win this race. And we just talked to him about 15 laps ago. And I think that we might have jinxed him.
Yeah, I don't know if he shared the special story behind that paint scheme, but it is an exact replica of a real race car that he is involved with in real life and some of his real racing he does. And so, yeah, totally unique Subaru paint scheme there. Subaru, not one of your more common manufacturers in stock car racing, more for rallying. And,
yeah.
But kudos to Mike. When you're in NASCAR racing 2003, you can do what you want, and I applaud him for running the Subaru.
And here we go. These
such a great guy, but we got these top 3 right here. Momo and actually my cat's named after Momo.
That's frightening. Are you serious?
Well, it kind of was an accident. My daughter didn't realize that Momo was actually the name of a guy my dad used to drive for, Gianparello Moretti, who owns Momo steering wheels, Momo products, you know.
It seems like the second pack car, they may be a mile per hour faster than the lead three. That might just be a sheer from energy and having more cars in that pack.
Yeah, at the line, let's see what their lap times is. At the line, the lead three, 48.9. Wow, that's fast. The second pack at the line, 48.7. So that's 0.2 of a second. That's a 5 versus 3. That's what you want to see when you're in that second pack.
It is 0.2 of a second, but we only have 24 laps to go. These drivers do still need to pit. Oh, the caution is out. Caution's out with 24 to go. So these guys, even pitting here, they're not going to be able to make it.
They're not going to make it. Yep.
Trying to find out what happened, what brought that yellow out. I'm surfing the spotters here.
And four.
Oh, we have RJ Rusty stopped on the track. Oh no, I wonder if he had a terminal failure here.
Might have blowed up.
Might have finally lost that motor.
Boy, I think
he fought the good fight. He never gave up, but you know, that's racing right there.
Well, it sure seems like that's what the initial reports are.
So tough break for these lead three cars who had that 4-second lead, and we're hoping to stay green for the final pit
yeah,
stop.
that's what you were looking for, was that green flag stop and then green flag run, but not going to happen.
Now,
got a
Beezer,
race on your hand, folks.
Beezer, you were out there, for the first 100 laps. What exactly is the fuel window here tonight?
It's hard to say. I think there are a lot of guys clutching under caution flags, caution laps.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing 18, 19, 20 laps. I mean, it really depends on gearing, and you wouldn't think it would make that much of a difference, but it does. And the cautions have been following when, you don't want them to if you're looking to do green flag pit stops. We have had some green flags, but pit stops, but yeah, it's hard to say.
So let me ask you this: we're probably going to go green with 20 laps to go. Are we going to see someone top off right before that restart and try to go all the way?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And then
especially if you're farther back, you might as well. You could even clutch a little, and if it goes green, and try to make it.
Good for Pete Sindone. Looks like he did get one of his laps back here. He's being called out as the lucky dog, and so if there was a car one lap down and Pete being multiple laps down, he wouldn't have got that back. But fortunately for him, he's stuck with it, and he's now going to be just one lap down after this lucky dog.
And amazingly enough, we do still have 17 cars on the lead lap here. It's been, we've had, I'm going to say we've had approximately 10 cautions, but at least 5 of them have been for debris.
Well, some drivers, they do like to throw their water bottles and roll bar foam out the window here to try to draw a caution. Fortunately, that did not work for me tonight, but, fenders and tires and other things will bring out a caution duly, and we have had some accidents. But RJ's engine expiring, that definitely is going to bring out a caution. I know that motor was laying all over the second half of the front stretch there. So I don't know if we're able to get him up here and have a conversation with him about what happened with his engine, but we'll run down to the pits and talk to his engine tuner and see if we can get any diagnosis there.
All right, and it looks like a lot of these drivers, I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but I've seen a lot of these drivers throwing out jerky wrappers during this race tonight. I think everybody's out there driving around eating drunken cow jerky.
Gotta get some energy, man.
Yeah, like Milt said, nutrition's important, especially in these long marathon races, 500 miles. Hope you guys were getting some too to snack on. A lot of talking you fellas have been doing.
Well, speaking of marathons, we were looking at your hood earlier. Why don't you tell us about your paint job?
Yeah, that was the 2013 Marine Corps Marathon. I had the blessing to run back and started running a couple of years ago, and decided I better do that while I still can, and have done 3 marathons, and yeah, pretty cool. Marine Corps Marathon, Washington D.C. If you got 26 miles of Marines yelling at you to keep running, you definitely don't stop, and so it was an amazing experience.
Awesome.
Thanks for asking. Look at these guys in the pits here.
And
later down pit road.
We're joined in the booth by BSR RJ Rusty right now. Rusty, it looked like you're
tough
finally.
luck for the 38 there.
It looked like Rusty. It looks like you finally lost your motor.
I finally lost my motor. As you know, I was involved in that first wreck. The first caution we had, and I kind of limped it around for a long time. But the motor finally let go, and inopportune time. I've been listening to all the broadcasts, but you guys know it's like a 3-car breakaway, and they're probably not too happy with that last caution right there.
Well, I mean, you had to keep going until it gave up, and don't give up, never, and you ran it till it blowed up. And,
I did, and it shows accident on the screen, which if you guys know, usually that means something let go, and I spun in my own oil, type of deal. And I tried my best to keep it off the track, hoping I could get down pit road. It just wasn't going to happen. In fact, it was shortly after crossing start finish line, so yellow came out. But like you said, I had to run it, and this has been a fun night all night. I wasn't going anywhere, multiple laps down and staying out of everyone's way, and the engine let go. I didn't add any more tape the whole night because of the damage I had. I thought they would just add to it, and it just, long 500-mile race, it finally caught up with me.
Hey, Rich, it's Bees. First, I want to just say this is awesome. This event, this race, the hype, the build-up for it. It's something that we'll all be able to look back on for a very long time, no matter the finishing result, if one's happy with it or not, of their own individual race. But this is a great tribute to your dad, and to bringing a lot of highlights to the really cool things he did, throughout his career, and for that town of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. So tell us a little bit of, I know that being from Texas, or most recently, but now living in Minnesota. What was the weather like up there for you today?
Today, it's falling. I went outside this morning about 7:30 Central Time and blew about 8 more inches of snow from the driveway and the horseshoe from his property, and got that done, and snow stopped falling, which we knew what was coming. Temperatures dropping, and right now it's below zero actual. It's gonna be minus 18 when we wake up tomorrow, predicted, and with a 34 below wind chill. Thanks for asking about the weather.
That sounds fantastic. But you think about the weather, and it could get you down. But thinking about how awesome your dad was and is, and that'll keep you warm. And the spirit of him is definitely here tonight with this event. And just wanted to thank you for sharing that with not only the drivers on the track, but everyone watching at home. And this will be preserved on YouTube via the Pony Express Broadcasting Network for years and years and years to come.
Yeah, thank you, Bees. Sorry, guys, he got me a little choked up there talking about my dad. But Bees, thank you, and you're right. All great thoughts. And that's what this is all about. We're celebrating his life, not reflecting back on the loss. And love you guys for that. And Pony Express, you guys did a phenomenal job. Mark, Milton, thank you guys. This has been very good.
Hey, real quick, RJ, before you take off and go and hang out with your fans down there in the pits, we know about the Polar Bear shop having concrete polar bears, but you have concrete bald eagles too, correct?
Yes, yeah, but one solid concrete bald eagles, and they seem to go pretty well. The polar bears outshadow them, and we don't have the molds for those bees for the eagles, and if they were to take off, then that's something that we're going to pursue somewhere down the road. Yeah.
If they were to take off, so ladies and gentlemen at home, if you're a freedom-loving American, which you better be, you better check out the Polar Bear shop and these bald eagles, because they are bad to the bone.
Oh man, 3 wide for the restart.
Beautiful.
Thank you, B.
We go green here. So a bunch of cars went down and topped off. We're looking at 19 laps now. Can you make it?
Did you see
Right
that
on the
restart?
edge.
Did you
We're
see that
right on-
restart by the 68 of Brian Voiles? He shot
Get
3
some.
wide, and now he's
Come
taking
on.
the lead.
You know what? There's some guys here that might be trying to make it here.
Here comes Wings looking to make it
fuel.
3 wide again. BSR Wings in that Cheetos car. He is fiery hot.
He's
If
hungry.
it was me, and I was not in the lead, obviously when you're in the lead, you're going to use more fuel. You're pretty much set to your course, but you might try to do a little clutching right here and see if you can make it.
And with 18 laps to go, we are 3 wide at the front. It's time to go. These guys, I don't think any of them plan on pitting again.
We'll distribute the whole thing, all the stuff we just heard is a tribute to Mr. Sundt, and now it's down to racing, and they're going to tribute him by putting on the show here. Let's get some fired up.
We see
Kick the
BSR
tires and
Scar.
light the fires right here.
BSR Scar up there in 2nd place. He said, we had him in the booth earlier, and he said he had some damage, but he's looking pretty good right now with Wing, Scar, and Momo leading this race, followed by Brian Voiles.
Well, Momo was one of those guys that went in and pitted again. And also the boss, the 38, pitted too. So there's several cars here that got fuel, no tires right at the end there.
I'm really surprised that that Momo and Scar got separated there. They're coming back together, but I was surprised that they came off the high line apart. The best thing they could do is stay together as a three-car pack there, and they got Chevy coming up there now in fourth on the low line.
Yep.
And this is really the first time we've seen.
You want to find teammates here, even if they're not your teammates. It's mutual satisfaction here right now.
This is the first time we've seen Wings all night, but he shot out to the lead on that restart, and he is solidly in control.
Get you some Cheetos, because that thing is going.
You know, in our weekly races, Wings is, I guess I'll call him a sleeper driver. He's not one of the ones that will, get up there in the front, try to lead the most laps. But if he has a piece, he knows where to put it at the end when the money's on the line. And here he is. He's up at the front.
Well, I mean, this is impressive stuff here. Looking from the outside in. Appreciate the opportunity to broadcast this, and we're seeing some serious professional racing at its best right here.
Here comes Brian Voiles and Texan and Rick Craddock and Pete Sindone, all leading up that high line.
Can you get that outside moving? You know, you're on the edge of pitting here, so you try to go for just getting into P1, or it's so hard, like other tracks like mile and a halfers, you can think about clutching. It's very difficult to clutch here where guys are wide open. It's so hard to save fuel, virtually impossible.
And what I felt out there tonight was sometimes super speedway tracks, the high line's going to have a little bit of pharmacy and momentum, but the high line was not independent pharmacy. White Bear Lake, easier than the low line. It offered handling on the low line. However, I'll be curious to see if Medicine Chest starts to side draft, really get aggressive with the pinching of the lane, on the careful delivery and explanation going here as waning laps. Located inside is Sundt Photo, a professional photo processing center offering digital print,
70
photo
tape setup
photo
that
restoration,
Mark gave me.
video and
I was
DVD
feeling that
transfer, and much more.
it's awful hard
Also
to keep it
located
down
inside is the Polar Bear
without
Store, White Bear Lake's only source for concrete
or
polar bears.
understeer.
The
going
Polar
into
Bear
the
Store
corner.
has concrete polar bear statues from 6 pounds to over 600 pounds. The gift shop also offers
If
a
this
full
does
line
come
of
down to
Hallmark
one
cars
quick
as well as
splash
other
and
Hallmark
go
merchandise
stop here.
and products.
I feel like fuel might not be the only thing that's moist down on pit road. I think there's probably going to be some tears coming from a driver or two in that pit stop just from a mistake. I hope that doesn't happen, but boy, it's going to be crazy.
Absolutely, yeah. I seen the boss there, 38, get down low. And the bottom line, maybe he's thinking I'm already going to have to pit, even though he did get a splash and go.
Well, that Pocket, Richard, he's a sly dog. He's won a lot of super speedway restrictor plate races. He knows where to position himself. Definitely want to keep an eye on him. His car does have some damage, but it doesn't seem to be impacting him too much. He's keeping up with the draft. It'll just be hard to see if he's able to get up there and lead, and that will be the telltale signs. Oh boy, did you see that brain and Aussie Bill contact right there? Holy smokes! That's what you call an attention getter.
That'll make your sticker pecker, that's for sure.
Now, as we close in on 10 to go, Beezer, what can you tell us about Aussie Bill?
Well, Aussie Bill is from Australia, and he is hysterical. He's a hell of a road course driver, and you can see he's obviously quite a talented restrictor plate racer as well, as he's here with 11 laps to go. What else is there to know? He loves Vegemite sandwiches and likes to go fast.
Well, he's not in Australia.
No, he is in Australia.
Oh, he is?
He is in Australia. I'll tell you what time it is right there in a second.
Usually their ping is a little
We are
high.
three wide, pockets in the middle.
Come on! And if you don't like this stuff, you need to be doing something else. Go shopping or sit in a bar or something. I don't know, but this is unbelievable right here. Get some.
Aussie Bill he's 16 hours ahead of us right now. It's 3:21 p.m. in the afternoon there in outside of where he lives there.
My experience with all the Australian drivers I've raced with, they've always been great, classy guys. Always know their craft. Most of the time, their ping has been an issue, but not here.
Well, he's directly connected to the internet, whatever that means.
Well,
three wide again, pockets in the middle between Chevy and the 510 there.
What are they gonna do here, man? I mean, wow.
Pockets is slowly making his way to the front.
It sure is, and if Rick Craddock in the 22 car, if he could maintain a top 5 finish, that would be like him winning the race and getting an Olympic gold medal, because he is open about hating restrictor plate racing. So,
he's pretty darn
so
good
impressed.
at it. Yeah, me too. Absolutely.
Here we go, 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go. We've got a 17-car pack, all within 1 second of each other. Any of these 17 cars could win this race.
I'm going to be monitoring this the radio chatter here just to see if there's going to be pit stops. So any hint of someone having to chop for fuel here, I'll holler out if I see anything.
Magoo says hit this lap. I don't know if that's from before or.
Well, I've got to say, the 68 Brian Voiles, he has been out front. Him and Wings have been out front since the restart. So I just don't.
Okay, we got something here.
I just don't see how you could lead.
Pit.
I don't know how you could lead 20 laps on a tank of fuel. It's those guys have got to be short.
We got guys that are pitting here, according to the scanner.
Yeah, Magoo, he is about 60 car lengths ahead of the lead pack, in position 17. Okay. He is either going to be pitting to get out of the way or to get fuel by. I think he's going to be just getting out of the way. He is on the high side though.
10-4.
Boy, this could get treacherous.
Man. Yeah. Oh man, there's nothing like this feeling right here. He's right there. He needs to go high, and like we've seen all night, these guys professional, getting out of the way like they should, and fantastic. man. What's going through these guys' minds right now is win something like this would be incredible. 3 wide. We got the car down in the middle of the sucker hole.
That's
We got
BSR Pockets.
We got 2 cars down low.
Pockets and Momo forming that middle lane.
It's all about the win here. It's no points. It's all about the Polar Bear 500, and you got to win this thing or die, you know. And eventually, I think you're going to see something big here. Come on.
Well, in many sim races, there's sometimes a trophy. Tonight's race, there is some significant prizes on the line for the top 5 finishers. Over $1,000 in prizes being awarded tonight in concrete polar bears and in beef jerky and in other amazing things. So they are racing for some real legitimate winnings here.
Nothing on the scanner. That mom's the word here. We just don't think they can make it, huh, Mark?
Oh man, we just not the front 2. There's no way they can make it. Not leading 20 laps. They are burning way more fuel up there on the point.
Yeah.
There's in my opinion, there's the 68 and the 31 have to pit. Which so maybe the 201 is
well,
in
you're
the
praying
catbird
for
seat.
a caution behind you. You're gonna run it all the way out. So that means that would be, if they can't make it 20, they can go 18. So they're gonna have to pit.
Oh, and we got a car blowing up.
We got a car blowing up.
BSR Steven.
That's gonna change everything. Clutch. Got a clutch now.
We're still green. Oh, and there's the caution.
Got a clutch now.
Caution's out. Debris caution.
No, they're racing.
You gotta race back, but you also gotta think about.
Well, they're racing hard.
They are 3 wide back to the line.
They still can't make it, huh? Well, if they're on the caution for 2 laps here, it's gonna go green with about 4 or 5 to go here.
I still feel like if I just don't see the 68 and the 31.
Oh, the 144 up against the wall.
The 68 and the 31, they pitted on the first caution lap, and they did not come back in for fuel. So they they led all those races. I just.
What are you gonna do? Oh my gosh! Oh.
If the 31, if the 31 and the 68 stay here and make it, I'll be amazed.
I'm actually riding along with the 31 right now, and he's not clutching. I'm impressed.
I bet he probably plans on pitting for a splash of fuel here.
Maybe they all are. I mean, this could be the money stop, or
you gotta
take a chance.
You gotta stop and think. You got people like Pockets who topped off right before the green flag,
like we were saying,
and weren't leading the race. So Pockets should be fine. But there's other people, like I said, the 31 and the 68, who didn't top off and led all those laps. And there's no way they have a
sack of seeds right now.
Now, the monkey wrench in this whole situation is you think we're going to have at least 3 more laps under yellow because we do have 4 cars that are laps down.
And I was right. There go the 31 and 68 down pit road.
That will give you
max 2 laps.
Yeah,
max
absolutely.
2 laps under green.
Absolutely. That will give you max 2 laps. Yeah.
Somebody's going to risk it and go for it, and I hope
did.
They do.
There's
but
a couple
they're all
cars
coming
up.
You know what, Milt? I bet a lion's share of these cars are coming in. They're not only getting gas, they're getting tape.
Oh yeah, that 31. We saw him shoot up there on that restart. If he throws some tape on there, he's gonna be impressive on this final restart.
Rick Craddock, no tires, fuel. Folks, if you haven't done this, you gotta. Yeah, I mean, you gotta also hit your marks, and also try to get down and adjust your tape. It's very difficult.
All right, as we wait to make this final restart here, we're gonna go ahead and run this Drunken Cow Jerky commercial one more time.
I'm already hungry, man. Come on. That's awesome. What a great event.
Made with the freshest ingredients from local growers, it's Heyman's Drunken Cow Jerky.
delivering 5 flavors of
So
whiskey
what'd you
soaked
do?
steak jerky made in the
Obviously, you
heart
gotta
of
splash.
Dallas, Texas.
You gotta get a
Choose
splash,
from
that's
original,
it.
which is with a dusting of coarse black pepper, or hot, for that Mexican food hot flavor. Teriyaki, an original twist with a hint of sweet. And for those who have an adventuresome palate, try ghost pepper, made with the Indian Bhutulakia pepper. This is the hottest Drunken Cow jerky
Obviously,
available.
with that little bounce
Can't
of
forget
fuel
about
there.
beer bacon, where we hold the whiskey and soak it in Shiner Bock beer and add fresh cooked crumbled bacon. Use the code WHITEBEAR to receive 20% off orders of $25 or more. Go to DrunkenCowJerky.com and place your order today.
And there you go. That was that Drunken Cow Jerky commercial that our buddy Beezer did the voiceover for earlier today.
Delicious. Well, I've reached out to the drivers of the 22, the 103, and the 343, and I'll tell you what, gentlemen, we're going to want to keep our eyes on them for either some significant speeds or incredible engine fireworks.
Might as well, win or die right now.
So, you're looking at here this, a lap, maybe if you have to run 2 laps and we know that the weather's controlled, it's sunny and 70 degrees, no wind, how high of a tape level do you feel comfortable with?
Well, if the car's at 220 at this point, gotta go for it. That would be 75 tape. If you've been running 70 with these conditions, what I experienced last night testing with you guys was about 200 degrees, a little 205. That's nothing. Anything more is explode, But
It'll be if one of those cars is able to pull it into victory lane, we'll ask them how much tape they put on.
Well, we were trying to ask Mike.
Hey, Rick Craddock, joining us in the booth real
There you
quick. Rick, I hear that you don't like super speedway racing, but it looks like you're having a lot of fun out there tonight.
I'm having a ball, but it is not my favorite kind, no. But it has been fun, a lot of really good racing.
Well, Rick, it might not be your cup of tea, but you got the big straw in it, and you're slurping it down like a dog tonight. What is your strategy? I know you pitted here with on that last stop. Did your crew slap on any tape on that front end of that number 22 ski Chevrolet?
Well, actually, we're having some technical difficulties, and they did not get the tape on. So I'm kind of at a disadvantage here. I was hoping to be able to get the tape on it and maybe make some moves, but we'll just have to see how it works out. We're just going to have to try to pick the right line and hope that it works out.
Well, if nothing else, your disadvantage got you 4 fresh tires, and you should be able to maneuver through the field pretty good.
Well, I'm hoping. I don't know on this one lap if that's going to be enough, but it's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
All right, Rick, we'll let you get back down there as the lights are out on the pace car, and tighten up your seatbelts, and good luck with your finish.
All right, guys.
That's one of Kentucky's finest right there, Mr. Rick Craddock.
I appreciate it, Bees. We'll do our best.
Good luck, Rick.
He's a good guy right there. On Thursday nights in our regular Cup Series, Bomb Squad Racing, he is a beast at all the different style tracks. Well, are we gonna keep it? Are we gonna see route to asphalt here, or is it gonna be rubber on the road all the way to the checkers?
Well, I mean, caution.
You don't have to like it, but he's pretty good at it.
This race is over. The lights. It's gonna be a 1-lap shootout. And a caution doesn't matter because it's just 1 lap and they race back to the line. So we're no matter what, we're not ending this under caution. Somebody's gonna drive this thing to the checkered flag.
That's right. That's what I like. Like it.
Absolutely.
And it's gonna be Texan and Momo up there leading the way with Pockets and Scar right behind them, and the 710.
Wow.
Manny Diaz
Gotta get a good restart.
hanging in there.
Kenny D, he was involved in one of those wrecks earlier, but he dodged the bullet because that car has been still strong. That Ford has been strong all night, and doesn't seem to have affected him, but he needs some help here.
And I'll tell you, any of these top 4 cars, Texan, Momo,
Here
Pocket,
it is.
Scar, could win this.
You're a fan of this stuff. You got to be nuts.
But do they have the fuel? That's going to be the big question. We know they don't have the tape advantage.
They stayed out. Yep.
So I'm looking at that 31 and seeing what he has on this restart.
After 500 miles, 54 gets a great restart.
Here he comes.
Right
Here comes Wings on the inside.
Wings 3 wide down on the middle.
Keep your eye on that 103 car on the outside.
They're 4 wide.
Can't do it.
The 710 is around.
Crashing behind him.
Aussie Bill and the 710 Manny, they get together.
I'm telling you, keep your eye on that 103 car, Nelly.
Here we go, the 22 Rick Craddock giving Wings a push, but he's got nowhere to go on the inside. And here comes.
Got to drive it down low there. 38's got to drive it down low. Try to push the 201 out, or.
Oh, the Wings get sideways.
Watch that 103 car. And 3 wide.
Watch that 103.
Caution is out.
Oh my God.
Is it going to be Pockets or Momo?
They're crashing.
It's Momo.
Mike Morrison. Excellent.
Rick Craddock finishes the race backwards.
That's how you should finish a race. Balls out.
Oh, the car on the fence. Who is that?
Somebody stuck in the fence there, I think.
That's BSR Chevy Chase impaled in the fence. You need to get the safety. Oh, somebody just nailed him. Needs to get the safety crew out to him.
That was a hell of a finish. 3-4 wide. Wrecking coming to the line, and BSR Momo, he was sideways going into the tri-oval and was still able to get a push from the 103 of Nelly and pull off a narrow victory over Pockets there.
Ran a smart race all night. Was always in contention and delivered the goods.
He's going to be
there.
really, really happy with this victory.
No kidding. This is a great win against great drivers.
All of these drivers that were able to complete all 500 miles, that is something to be proud of. That's no easy feat.
Get some, son. Burn those tires off, man.
As a beer bacon advocate, I'm definitely glad to see this beer bacon car out there with the victory.
Get some. Burn them, man. Yeah.
He's pumping that fist. He is excited.
Absolutely. Burn them off.
What an event. Well, I'll let you guys do your thing here as you finish this broadcast. It was a pleasure to come up here for a little bit with you and call some of the race. Congratulations on a fantastic 500-mile broadcast, Mark and Milt and all of the crew at Pony Express Broadcast Network. I hope to visit with you in broadcast or race real soon.
Thanks for joining us, Beezer, and great job on your voiceovers.
It's sure better than my race.
Yeah. That's racing, right, man.
All right.
He'll be back.
Let's get these. Sure. I'm gonna run down there to Victory Lane and pop some corks.
Yep, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
And we trying to move some drivers. We're up here in the booth now, and we've got race winner, second place, as well as RJ Rusty. Let's go ahead and start off with our race winner, the first annual Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500, sponsored by Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Gifts out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota, BSR Momo. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. How about that? That was a hell of a show, wasn't it?
I gotta tell you, it was crazy all night. It was amazing racing. That finish, you guys had the 1 lap shootout. You guys were 3-4 wide. I think you got sideways coming into the tri-oval. Still got a tap from Nelly to straighten you back out, and were just able to beat Pockets to the line.
I think I got a tap from Nelly to put me in the fence, and then I wanted to straighten me out. That was a great finish. Woo!
Woo!
Adrenaline still pumping.
Amazing race. Now, we weren't sure if you and Pockets had enough fuel. I was watching Wings.
We weren't either.
Killer ran out of fuel, and that allowed it kind of opened it up for Pockets a little bit more. I thought I was going to be able to dive down in front of him, but I looked up and there was Nelly. I had to defend.
Now, we saw you had enough fuel to do your burnout, though.
Barely. That was sad.
We were wondering about that.
Yeah, that was just sad that I couldn't really do a good burnout, but
I'll
take it.
How's it feel to win the Polar Bear 500, man?
Oh, it's awesome. It's a great feeling. Great calls we're doing here.
Man, you
proud of my BSR brothers and all the other sim racers. This is awesome.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Pockets, I know you got second place, and we'll get to that. But talking to Momo, who won this race, what all is he in line to get for winning?
Oh, well, first off, he's going to get a 50% off broadcast from the fine folks at Pony Express Broadcasting Network. Thank you for that. He is going to get a T-shirt. All the drivers in this are going to get a really nice T-shirt. He is going to get all 5 flavors of Drunken Cow Jerky from drunkencowjerky.com, and it's either 46 or 48 pound polar bear from the Polar Bear store, the Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera, and Sun Color Photo. Thanks to our good friend RJ Rusty. It's a pretty good prize package right there.
That's just awesome.
Around $300.
That's really awesome, and I was advocating beer bacon all night because that's my favorite flavor, and so I was definitely glad to see Momo put that car in victory lane.
Gotta pull for the beer bacon.
I was telling Milt about it all night, and he was drooling and getting hungry.
Yeah, I want to thank RJ and our sponsors. Everybody that's going on with RJ and his, I think Medicine Chest. I'm not quite sure if that's right. What he's got going on with the polar bears and fine folks at Drunken Cow Jerky. Y'all fine folks, BSR, ECT, all the other groups, RTG, all the other groups that participated in this.
Now, let's get to second place finisher, BSR Pockets. Is there anything you could have done different to beat Momo?
Absolutely nothing. I couldn't even get to him to put a door on him. It wasn't really going to do any good at that point. I tell you, I don't know if y'all seen. I got involved. I stayed clean, and there about 20 laps to go, 30 laps to go, I got hit by a car and got put in the wall, and it gave me some significant damage. And I thought I was finished. But I finally, that one caution came out. I got to get my damage fixed. I added a little tape against the advice of my crew chief, because you don't want to put no tape on a damaged car, because it's liable to blow up. So I gambled, and like I said, there wasn't none of us sure if we were going to make it. I don't know that I've clutched that much in a race ever.
We were talking about that, clutching and saving and the risk reward there, but I mean, y'all had to go for it.
I think that last pit stop when Momo and we were kind of communicating a little bit, and we topped off, and I don't think Killa topped off that last time.
I don't think
that
he did
was
either.
The difference. That one little bit was the difference, because I actually thought Killa was going to make it. Texan.
Yeah.
I thought the Texan was going to make it, and I was just going to stay with him and hope for a podium finish, and I was really hoping for a polar bear spot. You know what I mean? One of the top threes. If I could have done that, I'd have been fine. But man, that was exciting.
Now,
Oh, it was exciting to watch, and you have a awesome league here, Pockets, and just an awesome event, and the professional, skilled racing that I saw tonight was just entertaining, and just total respect for you guys. You just kicked ass, and what a great show. Look forward to watching the broadcast because you guys did a great job.
Man, I appreciate that.
now speaking of the top three getting polar bear trophies, we also have the third place finisher in the 103 car, BSR Nelly. BSR Nelly, we saw you coming on the very high side, and we saw you tap Momo a little bit, and that on that whole restart, Beezer was telling us to watch you on that high side, and you nearly got there, but Momo was in front of you, and there was nowhere. Was there anything else you could have done different?
There wasn't nothing I could do. When Momo came up there and blocked me, that was all I could do. It would have been a lot different if he didn't come up.
Now,
did you have damage, Nelly?
No.
Now, when you made that, you came in under that final caution. Did you add a bunch of tape to her?
Yes, I did. I put a bunch of tape on, 95%.
The whole roll.
So all of it, yeah.
That's throwing it all in there, man. I love it, man. That was, oh man.
Well, for
awesome.
one lap, I knew it would last.
Well,
so
Momo
Pockets ran that whole race very quietly, staying in the top 10 or top 15. We mentioned him a couple times throughout the race. Of course, there was a bunch of drivers that did the same thing, and when it was go time, got to going, man.
I wanted to see that last green flag caution.
I
field up a little bit.
Oh yeah, me and Nelly and Chevy were gone on that last stop. We were way out there.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys had a 4-second lead, and I know you guys didn't want to see that caution.
I love seeing it. Screw those guys.
Well, that was the second time of the night me and Nelly had a big lead out there like that. The caution came out.
Well, and like when you pit their Pockets. I was like, that's the smart move, man. I was like, he's getting gas. He's popping off. I think he's got the advantage. I really did, but I didn't think I don't think Mark did either. And we didn't think you were going to make it, but you did for half a burnout, I think.
Yeah, that was sad, but
I tell you what, I had to
who
do a lot of
cares, man?
driving to get up there to be in
You're
that
drinking the
position.
champagne, bro.
that's right.
Doesn't matter,
Absolutely.
Momo. You win's a win.
Now,
That's right.
so all right, so
Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna real quick, Nelly, do you have any shout outs you want to give tonight?
I want to thank Rusty for putting this on. And I want to thank Scar and Pockets and Bees and all you guys for all the work you did for it. It was a fun race. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
And now
Our privilege.
now we'll turn the mic over to BSR RJ Rusty. Thanks for joining us in the booth. For the third time tonight. We don't.
That's all right. Yeah, well, I appreciate everything you guys have done. Let me start out with something. Our winner tonight, BSR Momo. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he wasn't quite sure who the sponsor was when he was talking about medicine chest. So I think that polar bear just turned into like a keychain.
Oh. So the sponsor was Polar Bear. Well, I know there's medicine chest involved in there somehow. I wasn't filled in. I apologize if I didn't get that
I
right.
give you a hard time. So yeah,
I know you do.
Keychains in the mail, buddy. No, just.
All right, thanks.
All joking aside, I love everyone. It's good to see BSR in the top 4, but I'm also appreciative of all the other race car drivers that came out from all the other leagues. It's fun. It's been a hell of a long time since we've had 39 or however many drivers we had in a race like this. And Pony Express broadcast, we couldn't have done this, without you guys. You guys did phenomenal. I was involved with the early wreck, and that put me in the back, but I was going to stick it out. Pockets whispered me earlier, called me a trooper. I wasn't going anywhere, and but that allowed me to listen to a lot of your broadcasts, and you guys are phenomenal. We really appreciate all the efforts you did. Mark Dylan, whether you know this or not, but something's coming your way, my friend. I already knew that you had a son named Bear, even before you brought it up again tonight. I knew about this. So. Yeah.
And I definitely appreciate that and look forward to it. And me and Milt are definitely looking forward to the T-shirts that everybody is getting as well. That's going to be really cool.
2X.
We got you, Milt. We got you.
Yeah. I have a tent maker. No problem. I'm just messing with you.
Now,
it's fun, guys. This is a great broadcast, a great way to start this. This type of memorial race off, and I appreciate everyone's efforts. It was a fun race. Thank you.
Now, Mark, I actually sat down and wrote something that I would like to read. Basically, it was the winner's acceptance speech, but second place is good enough.
Well,
I'm gonna give the same speech that I would if I'd have won and I won second place, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Well, you'll notice that I was getting to you last because I knew you were gonna have plenty to say.
Okay, well if you want to keep me last, go ahead.
No.
Didn't he already speak?
Well, not really. He's not done.
Hey, Pockets, where can I get the track?
Yeah. Nelly doesn't have the track.
Beat Nelly.
Restart.
All right, go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank all of our families, all of our wives and our kids who roll our eyes at us when we talk about this stupid obsession we have with sim racing. Thank you for putting up with us. That's number one. Second of all, I want to thank BSR RJ Rusty, his wife Beth, his daughters Jenna, Lexi, Heather, his grandchildren's Ellie, Gemma, Layla, Natalie, Hayden, and Lincoln. This was their grandfather, their father, their family member that they lost, and I want to send them my sincere condolences and tell them we love y'all and we're with y'all, and we're glad we could come out here and support you in your time of need and pay tribute to a very, very special man. I want to thank everyone at the Medicine Chest Pharmacy and Camera, Sun Color Photo, and the Polar Bear Store, and everyone in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. I also want to thank my teammates at Bomb Squad Racing. You guys are my best friends. A lot of you I've never met in person, but you're the best friends a guy could ever ask for. We gather together weekly, and we have for over 12 years. You guys mean the world to me. BSR Scar and WLS Graphics for the absolute fabulous, I'm talking about artwork. This is all handmade, handcrafted artwork, and every picture tells a story, and our story would not even be able to begin if it wasn't for the pictures that Tim Scarborough puts out for us on a weekly, almost daily basis. Everybody that watched this broadcast seen the artwork that he does, and we really appreciate him for that. I want to thank the sponsor of Bomb Squad Racing, the Haymans, Mark and Richard Heyman, and everyone at Drunken Cow Jerky. I want to thank RLM Servers. I want to thank ECP. I want to thank David Cannon and Sean Prime from RTG. I want to thank all the racers that came out tonight. I want to give a special shout out to Morgan and Tyler, who's doing our drawing for the other prize that we're getting. And I want to give a special shout out to my man Milt. What up, Milt? And Mark.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have done a great job. You've established yourself as the number one broadcaster in all of sim racing. That's it. That's it right there. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, Momo. Congratulations, Nelly. RJ, I love you, brother. You my man.
Love you too.
Thanks, guys.
Pockets.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, now I'm gonna hand the mic to Milt. Milt, is obviously you were heavily requested to come and join me in the booth. Everybody loves what you do and how you do it, and So I drug you out of FSB racing for one night and got you over here in the Pony Express booth, and so the mic is yours.
Wow, how do you top that? Seeing the fellowship and the love for RJ and his father, and the great racing, and being able to be a part of it is a privilege. Mind-boggling. I really don't know what to say except you gotta watch that broadcast because it was fellowship, love with the sim racing community, like all our leagues, ASR, ECT, FSB, and the others I can't think of. Keep the game going and keep it alive, and also just be able to be requested to do this is a great honor, and don't- that's it. Thank you.
All right, now I'm gonna wrap it up.
Hey, real quick before I forgot somebody very important. Beezer, Ben Bees, the voice of NASCAR racing 2003. He's established himself as the voice.
That dude sounds like a Michael Buffer, man.
He's the voice. He's the voice. He's got the touch, man, and he's done a lot of work for a lot of different people. And I'm gonna tell you right now, that was all volunteer too. He's a great guy. And I wanted to make sure to give him a shout out because a lot of people have heard him. He did all the voiceover work for us and everything like that. And I can't thank him enough. So I wanted to make sure to throw him in there.
Absolutely. And I want to say too, thank you, Ben. It's incredible. If he wasn't such a talented racer, he's got a different job ahead of him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
I gotta thank BSR, RTG, ECT, BSR RJ Rusty, BSR Pockets, BSR Scar, BSR Beezer, all the people who, contributed in different ways to this event. This was the first annual Richard Sundt Memorial Polar Bear 500, the Medicine Chest up there in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Definitely stop by there and get your concrete polar bears, because I tell you what, those things look awesome. Also, be sure to head over to drunkencowjerky.com, punch in that code White Bear, and you're going to get 20% off of your order over $25. So thank you to the Heyman brothers for doing that special discount code. Also, thanks to OperationRockTheTroops.org. All the money that I made for this race and every other race this month, I sent it to you guys, and we all support our veterans, and thank you for what you guys are doing for the veterans.
Absolutely. Hell of a job on that, Mark. Absolutely. You ought to be commended for that, and my hat's off to you for that.
And we also want to thank, I got to thank Milt, for coming over here and helping me with this broadcast. I've got to thank Brian and RLM servers for giving us the best servers in the community, in the racecast. Pony Express Broadcast Network. I really, you guys put on an amazing race tonight, and if my mic wasn't attached to my head right now, I would drop it, because I cannot top the show that we just did.
Yeah. The show is the drivers, man. The drivers made the show. And
we all made the show, Milt. All of us made the show. The drivers, the broadcast, you guys in the booth, everybody made the show. And thank you for making this so special. This turned out 8 bazillion times better than I could have actually wanted it to. So I'm proud of myself for making sure that this was going to happen, and all of my teammates to go forward, and let's make this the best show we can do. And you guys helped make that happen. We all did it together. So thank you very much. I'm very, very proud of what happened tonight. Thank you.
Well, and let me leave you with these words before I turn this broadcast off. I've done a lot of broadcasts in the last week. And all week I've been telling Pockets, it was an 8, it was an 8.5, it was a 9. There will never be a 10. This
was a
race,
10.
I gotta tell you, I've never done a 4.5 hour broadcast. I gotta say, there's no doubt in my mind that your dad was watching this show, because this race was a 10. I guarantee that nobody that watches this broadcast is going to be disappointed. This was a 10. This was the best I could possibly do, and I'm glad that I could do that for you.
Thank you. You knocked it out of the park, both you
Good
and
job,
Milt.
Mark. I agree.
And
I
Milt,
agree.
both of you. Awesome.
Dude,
Thanks,
Milt,
guys.
my man Milt. That's right.
Right on,
Good.
Parkins.
You guys have a great holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you
Yes.
again for everything.
Yes, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody out there. From all of us at Bomb Squad Racing, Drunken Cow Jerky, good win, Momo.